Alright, what's up, watchers? Welcome back. It's good to see you again. It's been a little bit, and also I am off-center. Don't know what that was about. Uh, but yeah, so I was only supposed to, skip one stream over the course of June, and that was the one on the weekend of the 14th. Uh, yeah, and then... so... What happened last weekend is, so I had known that my family was planning on going on this haunted walk thing, a city that was a little bit away from where my parents lived. And for some reason I had it in my head, like, okay, this place is like 45 minutes away from where I live. It's fine. Like, yeah, we're going to like something in later on in the evening, but I should still be home by like 10:30, 11 o'clock, right? Right? No. I think by the time I got back to my apartment, it was 12:30 in the morning. And I was like, okay, well, I've spent literally all day talking to people and hanging out with family and stuff, so yeah, I just knew that I wasn't gonna be entertaining last Sunday, so I'm like, you know what, fuck it, cancel the stream. Um, So yeah, as you can probably tell, I've had an eventful last couple of weeks. So originally, the first stream that I canceled was because I knew that I was going out on a birthday day trip. This is something that I like to do. It's something that I started back in 2022, I want to say. And it's just become a tradition for me to take a full day, one weekend, to just go out, eat good food, do all my favorite things. And this year, that looked like going to one of my favorite all-you-can-eat sushi places for lunch. Then I went to an art gallery, hung out there for a little bit. I went to an arcade. That was really cool. Got to play a lot of pinball. It's been ages since I've played pinball. If you're new around here and you haven't seen any of the VODs from like 2023, for a solid chunk of time while I was unemployed in 2023, I was regularly going to an arcade in my town, and I basically accidentally joined a women's pinball league for a bit. I wasn't half bad at it either. Like, I got decent results at local tournaments. I think the highest I ever got was 4th place. But yeah, it was just really cool to play again. I'm gonna have to start actually doing stuff on my weekends that isn't just, like, preordained by myself or my family or my friends. Like, I need to just get in the habit of waking up on, like, a Saturday or a Sunday and going, hey, it'd be cool if I went and played some pinball or went for a walk in the park or something. Like, I don't have to lock myself up in my apartment. I don't know why I do. But yeah, so did that for a bit, and then later on in the evening, I went to this old, like, theater. I think it first opened in the 1940s? Went to this old-ass movie theater and watched the Cowboy Bebop movie, which was really fucking good. There were some parts that didn't age the best, but, honestly, movie was fucking great. I haven't seen the Cowboy Bebop TV show, but now I really have to. I really fucking have to. I have to watch more anime in general, and I don't know which is dumber, the fact that that's been a goal of mine for a while, and the fact that I still haven't achieved it. Like, I keep telling myself, I have to watch more anime, I have to watch all these cool TV shows, and then I don't. It's so dumb. But, yeah, and then last weekend. So technically the last 2 weekends have also just been for birthday stuff. The first one was my personal celebration, just for me. And then last weekend was the celebration with family. And so I got pizza from my favorite pizza place back in my hometown. I got some cool gifts. Notably, my brother got me pretty much the entire series of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Which, fuck yes. You'll love to see it. And then, yeah, we went on a ghost walk, and that was a lot of fun. We were we were joking with the lady who was doing the tours, like, oh yeah, at this point we're probably gonna end up doing every single ghost tour that this company has to offer. We've done like half of them at this point. But yeah. Oh, also, I do have to start with a bit of a disclaimer. If my voice sounds weird today, it's because last Wednesday I got a new wire put in on, like, the back of my upper teeth, and I'm still kind of getting used to talking with it. It's a lot better now than it was, like, Thursday. Thursday I straight up had a lisp because of it. I don't know what was wrong with it. It was specifically, I couldn't pronounce th sounds properly for some reason. I think I haven't figured it out now, so hopefully I sound fine and I'm just overthinking things. But yeah, so that's basically all the recap I have to give. I hope you guys have had a good last couple of weeks as well. And I think, before I get rambling way too fucking much, I should open up the game. Just give me 1 second. See, fun thing is, I had just about everything set up, by about, like, 5:30 today, I want to say. And I was like, oh, this is perfect. Like, I don't have to worry about anything. I can just hit live, and hit go live, and then we're good. And then, actually, no, wait, I missed something. Wait a second, I have to post this in the Discords that I'm a part of. Just a second. Oh, actually, I do have an additional announcement. So, as you may know, I am Canadian, as is my good friend Valerie Valkyrie, which means, July 1st, that's Canada Day. We both get the day off, so what better use of our time than playing more Disco Elysium, because it's been a hot minute. So yeah, so, surprise, Disco Elysium stream on Tuesday. I think we're going live around 5 p.m., but I'll post it on Blue Sky whenever we're going live. Alright, I think I've got just about everything set up. Alright, just a second. There we go. Okay. Now we're good to go. Alright, so, last time, we got started on the Maho route. Admittedly, no time for anime OPs. Come on. Right. So, we started on the Maho route, and, from what I remember, admittedly, I did not go back and watch the last stream. I probably should have. But Maho's, hotel room got ransacked again. And this time, she's decided to basically, move in with Ferris for a time. And Moeka is staying with her. I don't know how well that's gonna go, because honestly, Moeka is such a fucking, like, enigma at this point in the story to me, because it seems like she's back with CERN. Like, it seems like she's around her still. But she's also basically done nothing in the story. Like, I know she showed up as, the chick in the motorcycle outfit before. But outside of that, like, she hasn't had very much screen time, so I'm very glad that she's getting some now. Although, as mentioned, it does make me a little worried for Maho's safety, because, I don't know what the fuck Moeka is doing. I don't know what her agenda is here. But yeah, we also had a cool conversation at the end of the last stream about artificial intelligence and how the brain like processes data and that sort of thing, so very cool. Let's see where that takes us next. I wanted to talk a little more, but both Maho and Moeka seem to have work to do, so I decided to leave.
すべては物理現象か。
Maho thought exactly the way most AI researchers did, that there were no black boxes in the human brain. But I knew the truth. There were things inside the brain that science couldn't explain.
リーディングシュタイナーって何なんだろうな。
Was it ever going to be scientifically explained? I mean, I feel like Dr. Leskinen is trying. In his own fucked up way. Maho quickly choked back her yawn and looked around to see if anybody saw her. There were other people doing the same thing she was, leaning up against the railing of the bridge and killing time. Of course, they were all too focused on themselves to pay her any mind. She'd planned on spending the day at Ferris's house, taking care of the paperwork left over from the office's temporary closure. But this morning, she'd gotten a call from Dr. Leskinen that had sent her hurrying to Tokyo Denki University. Tokyo Denki had, it seemed, offered them a temporary room at the school while their office was closed. Dr. Leskinen had called Dr. Izaki at Tokyo Denki, who had given it to them without a second thought. So now she had decided to pay the new office a visit and discuss what they planned to do for the future. The Kanda campus for Tokyo Denki University wasn't that far away from Akihabara, it seemed. The sky that poked out between the buildings had the clear color that was unique to winter. She'd spent the whole of yesterday cooped up inside her room, so the cold air felt good. She crossed her arms and reached upwards. God, I wish I could say the same about where I live right now. Okay, it's not that bad. We did have a pretty bad heat wave last week. It cleared up pretty much Thursday morning, I want to say. My Monday drive sure was something last week. You don't realize how quickly cars heat up until it's like, oh, okay, I've stopped at this place. I just have to open up one of the side doors for a couple seconds, get the coolers out, get the new coolers back in, and then get back into the van. What do you mean it doesn't feel like I had the air conditioning on for the last half an hour now? What do you mean it's now as hot as when I got in the van this morning? Also, additional thing that sucked about the heat wave. So the day after I dealt with, it was like 40 degrees with the humidity here. Celsius, 40 degrees Celsius. So that already sucked on Monday. And then Tuesday was about the same heat, if not hotter. And that was the day that the air conditioners in the lab decided to do a little bit of a fucky-wucky. Fortunately, one of them was still working, which was very good, both for me and for the samples, but, yeah, it was like, of all the fucking times, man. Oh, who are you waiting for? The reason she was standing here was that she was waiting for Moeka. Oh, okay. Oh, that's her. Sorry, almost there. No hurry, take your time. Thank me. Maho didn't know the way to Tokyo Denki, so Moeka had kindly offered to take her there. And she'd asked for something in exchange.
欲しい
Why, though?
記事に載せたいから
I mean, that's all well and good, but isn't this basically your cover story? Like, what do you actually want the picture for? Maho didn't really like having her picture taken, but if Moeka was nice enough to interview her, she wanted to do everything she could to help. Moeka had gone back to her home to get her camera. She said it was close enough to walk, so Maho had decided to just wait.
あの人 LINE だとテンション高いわよね
She closed her phone and looked up. And then she saw Moeka directly under the bridge, running towards her.
待たせてごめんなさいヒヤジョ博士そんなに急がなくてもよかったのに少し休んでいく平気です
Moeka went around in front of Maho and started to walk ahead. The year had just started and the subway was empty. Maho decided to take a closer look at Moeka, who was standing next to her and grabbing onto one of the handles. Moeka realized she was being watched and tilted her head. Then she took out her phone and started to type. Maho's phone suddenly rang at the bottom of her bag. She just received a Ryan message. What's up? I see, so we can talk on the train like this. Feels strange talking to you on Ryan when we're right next to each other. You didn't look like you were doing well. It may just have been my imagination. Moeka's expression didn't change much, but Maho thought that didn't mean that she had no feelings. When she looked into Moeka's thin, pretty eyes, she could see that she was an interested observer of many things. Maybe that's what you'd expect from a writer. I mean, yeah, to an extent, absolutely. Like, when you're writing about stuff, whether it's fiction or non-fiction, you kind of need to know a lot about a lot of different things. Like, a surprising amount. Admittedly, so I've been dealing with some pretty bad writer's block lately. I'm slowly working through it now. Basically, I think I was just focusing on the wrong things, but, the issue is that every time that I go to sit down to write this new thing that I want to do, I keep being like, oh, well, I should research this first, and I should research this first. And then I use up, like, the hour or two of writing that I have for the evening just looking at Wikipedia articles. It's like, okay, cool, I know way more about, like, selective mutism or whatever now, but this isn't writing, this isn't what I sat down to do! Sorry to worry you. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Sorry. I'll make sure you get to Denki-yu, Dr. Hyajo. It's weird being called Dr. Hyajo. Doctor. What? It's weird? Yep. You don't have to call me doctor both in the real world and on Rhine. Let's be a little more informal. Sorry. But then what do I call you? Just call me by my name. That's what you do for Okabe, right? Jealous. That's because he's a student and younger than me. What's with this weird symbol here? Like at the end of student. Oh! Oh, is the tilde for this specific font just really high up for some reason? Because I've definitely seen that with a couple different fonts before. I think that's what's causing it. Also, I'm gonna scoop myself up a little bit. There we go. There we go. That looks better. You can treat me the same way. We'll be roommates for a while and we're both about the same age. So how about we call each other Moeka and Maho? You would never tell by looking at them, but Maho and Moeka were only a year apart. And Maho was 21 and Moeka 20. Jesus Christ, you guys are so young, which meant that she was the older of the two. Maho couldn't help but wonder what kind of deal you had to make with God to get that height and those voluptuous breasts. I did not read ahead on that line. That took me off guard. No way. I've never called anybody by the first name. I'd be too nervous. Then how about Kiryu and Hyajo? Please be one of the few friends I've got in Japan. Got it, will do. Okay, then try saying it now. Moeka suddenly jerked upright and opened her eyes wide. Maho nodded at Moeka's whispered question. If we're doing it, I want to start now. But, like I just said, I'm really not good at talking to people. Really? I thought you were just nervous because Okabe was with us last night. Like, you're the kind of person who gets nervous around the opposite sex. It's true that when I talk to men, I get even more nervous. In other words, when it's just girls, it's not so bad that you can't talk? Well, maybe. Then, since we're both girls, let's get along. I know, how about this? When it's just the two of us, how about we try to talk in person instead of write as much as we can? I'd be less bored with someone to talk to. If you're gonna be a writer for a magazine, I think it'd be a good chance to practice, don't you? Okay, I'll do my best. Aw, this is really sweet! Moeka seemed to steel herself, then turned towards Maho.
Hyajo-san, よろしくお願いします。よろしくね、桐生さん。
The train arrived at their station. The area around Tokyo Denki was quiet. Moeka told her that the surrounding areas were offices and government buildings, which meant that this time of year there was almost no one around. She felt bad, but decided to have Moeka wait outside. The school was still on break, so she could have waited in one of the rooms on campus, but Moeka had refused.
じゃあ、終わったら連絡するわ。
She split up with Moeka. I wonder. Is it... Like, I know we've seen that, Dr. Stratfor has, like, sort of set up in the basement of this place, so I wonder if that's why Moeka doesn't want to go in? Like, maybe she'd be recognized as a rounder. Maho got very lost on her way to Izaki's lab. School was completely empty because of the break, so she couldn't ask anyone. In the end, she had to call Dr. Leskinen and get detailed instructions. A letter was taped to the door marked Dr. Izaki's lab. The letter had a photo of a smiling Dr. Leskinen, along with some low-resolution text that looked like it was directly printed from a PC screen.
世界脳科学総合研究機構日本オフィス準備室の設立者アレクシス・レスキネンからのお願いをお読みください。これをご覧の皆様全員から1ドルずついただければすぐにでもおでん缶が食べられます。相変わらずこういうのが好きね、教授は。
Wait a second. Is Leskinen starting up fundraising just so he can buy more food for himself? No matter how formal the setting, when the professor wanted to tell a joke, he'd do it. He really was just like a child. But his carefree personality let Maho and Kurisu relax and enjoy their work. I see. Suddenly remembering Kurisu made her heart ache a little. She suddenly realized that her sudden... There's a lot of suddens in the last, 3 sentences. She suddenly realized that her sudden change of address, coupled with living with a person she'd barely even met, was taking its toll on her. Today, she'd finally get the chance to talk to her again. Or, more accurately, the memories she'd left behind.
教授ですきねん教授
Hi, bastard! When she stepped inside the lab and called the professor's name, the giants in the back came running to greet her.
Yamaho, yoku kite kureta ne. Power up shita junbi shitsuへyokoso.
はあつまりこのテーブルとソファー2つがパワーアップした準備室なんですね
Yes, 進歩であることこそが真理へ近づく秘訣であるというだろう
誰の言葉ですか
私さ
The professor clapped his hands and laughed. Maho ignored him and went to sit on the sofa. Are your gates Stein? Not yet, but I'm sure they will be by the true ending. Hi, Val! Welcome to the stream! I just realized that my dumb ass is covering up the text a bit. There we go. I swear to God, I'm either too high up or too low down on the screen. Every single time. Hi! He didn't seem hurt.
さてと、それで今後のことについてだが。
ああすみませんアマデウスを立ち上げるのでちょっと待ってください
Maybe chat is too low. I always blame chat. You know, maybe that is it. Maybe chat's just too low. I'm not fixing it though. Fuck that. She took out her laptop and put it on the table. Her OS, a Linux variant customized for research purposes, booted up and displayed the login screen. Maho typed in her account name the same way she'd done 1,000 times before. Alright, our first tip of the day. OS. Operating system. The basic software of a computer that controls the entire system and allows other programs to operate in parallel. It's like, I've heard so much about switching to Linux, but I'll be honest, it intimidates me too much. I've been using Windows since I was, like, a kid. And I know that I fucking hate even, like, the minor changes that you see going between Windows and Mac. I feel like I would die if I tried to switch to Linux. Or at the very least, there would be, like, a massive learning curve. And I'll be real, I don't know if I want to deal with all that. Linux makes me think of the Matrix, and I think it's just as complicated. Yeah, that sounds about right. Salieri. It's not really that complicated? Huh, 'cause I'll be honest, I also haven't really looked into Linux that much. It's just what little I did made me go, I don't know, man. Also, hi Gambit, welcome to the stream! For just a moment, she stared at the letters in her account name. She quickly put in the password and called up the desktop. And before long, Kurisu appeared on the screen.
お久しぶりです先輩
久しぶりって一昨日も話したじゃない
あれは緊急事態でしたから話したうちに入りませんよそれでなくても最近あまり話せなかったし
仕方ないわよテスト中なんだから
During Okabe's and Kurisu's communication test, Maho and Dr. Leskinen had avoided talking to Amadeus to keep from adding noise to the experiment.
岡部さんも最近はあまり話してくれませんけどね。もしかして先輩と岡部さん、私に内緒でよく会ってるんじゃないですか？
She wants them to date so fucking bad!
一昨日も一緒にいましたし。
I don't know, I think Linux sounds fine. Like, if anything, it sounds to me like some kind of, like, cleaning brand. Like, Linux sounds like I should see it on all-purpose floor cleaner. But I mean, outside of that...
そんなんじゃないって言ってるでしょ。なんであなたはどんな時でも頭の中に色恋妄想が渦巻いてるのよ。
妄想じゃありません。冷静な観察と分析に基づいた角度の高い推論です。
Yes. Basically, yes. Although, to be fair to her, not really in real life. I mean, this is just an AI, but it's very funny that an AI based off Kurisu's brain is like, I have to be the wingman for my bestie, right now.
それならそっちを先行にすればよかったじゃない。あなたの的外れな分析じゃ博士号どころか大学卒業も危うかったでしょうけど。
Dr. Leskinen brought his hands together in an exaggerated emotion.
この雰囲気、懐かしいね。昔はキャンパスのどこにいても君たちを探すのに苦労しなかったよ。いつでも二人の話し声が聞こえていたからね。
もう教授、冗談はやめてください。
それほど仲がいいということさ。君たちはまるで姉妹のようだ。さあ、それじゃあ今後のことについてのメーティングを始めよう。時間を最も効率よく使った人間が勝利する。これも私の言葉だよ。何かミュージックが欲しいな。クリス、お願いできるかい？
She's not an Amazon Alexa. Is she really just gonna do that? Cool. I had a friend in high school who shipped me with another of my friends. Weebs are interesting. Oh god, yeah, that sounds super uncomfortable. Yeah, it's like... In this case, like, in the game, I feel like it's not as weird because it's just, like... Yeah, this is basically just a computer recreation of Kurisu. Imagine being brave enough to tell me that to my face! Oh, yeah. It's, like, to have the confidence of a high school weeb. My god. 15-year-olds who are into anime will just say anything with their whole chest. And it's like, you almost have to respect it. A soft piano melody began to play from the laptop speakers.
これは
If we all had the confidence of a high school weeb, anxiety would not exist. That's what I'm saying! Like, I long to go back to the days where it's like, I could just fucking write anything and be like, yeah, this is good enough for me to post on the internet for anybody to see. Nowadays, I spend 10 years writing one story because I get to a certain point and I'm like, nah, I don't like it anymore. Start over. Start over. I miss being cringe and free. Exactly.
先輩覚えてますか？私と先輩のきっかけの曲ですよ。
She'd never forget. It was what had brought them together a year ago, and it was the symbol of their relationship. Yeah, more of the Mozart stuff. A year ago, in September of 2009, Kurisu had officially joined the Brain Science Institute. She'd completed the graduate school's doctorate program in May of that year, and had only turned 17 in July. Maho herself had joined the Brain Science Institute at an extremely young age, but her record had been beaten by quite a lot. Kurisu was a genius. Everyone who met her could tell. Dr. Leskinen had been Kurisu's advisor during the program, so Maho had met her several times. And that was enough to tell her that Kurisu was different. Kurisu never showed off her own talents. Actually, she didn't seem to think of herself as particularly intelligent at all. But that actually made it a little bit hard for the people around her to approach her. I think being an AI would suck because you could never forget that embarrassing thing you said to your friend who you shipped with your other friend. Fair point! But actually, I think it was mentioned in the story before that, like, I think AI Kurisu can basically, like, forget things? If I remember correctly? No, wait. I think I'm misremembering. Yeah, no, I think what I'm thinking of is whenever Kurisu mentioned that she has, like, some memories that are basically, like, locked up and confidential, like a diary. But, yeah, actually, that would fucking suck. Never being able to forget anything that you have done. Whenever you talked to Kurisu, you were forced to realize that there was a gap between you and her that could never be erased. She learned later from Dr. Leskinen that things had been the same in grad school. It was rumored that was the real reason she'd come to America from Japan at the age of 11. No matter what she wanted, no matter where she lived, she was cut off from the people around her. That was what it meant to be a genius like her. Since Maho was a girl too and close to her in age, she actually considered Kurisu more of a rival. Since they were working in the same field, they were going to be compared, and she didn't want to lose. Maybe that was why Maho had never thought of going to talk to her. And Kurisu was so busy learning how to work at the lab that she'd never come to talk to Maho. But then 2 weeks after Kurisu came to the lab, a certain classical song had changed their relationship forever.
再セット。
There were two types of people in the world. Those who worked better with music, and those who worked better with silence. I am definitely the latter. From a brain science perspective, the idea that you could concentrate better with music was sheer nonsense. Whether you were aware of it or not, the sound was vibrating your eardrums and your brain was continually analyzing it. But if there was ever a public debate on the subject, Maho would want to take the first position. Theory and feelings were different. You could concentrate best with music in the background, and you could be more creative. But there was one condition.
流していて集中できる音楽はモーツァルトが作曲したものに限る。
Okay, that's kind of bullshit. Maho whispered to herself as she turned towards the computer. She'd been writing a patch on some equations for 2 full days, and it had finally completed. Today she was going to spend the whole day analyzing the output. It was Saturday, so she was the only person in the lab. This was the one day she had this whole huge space to herself. So she decided to play Mozart's 11th Sonata from the speakers, not her headphones. Listen to Grey's Anatomy when I work? Hell yeah. Lately, I've kind of been jumping back and forth between different things that I listen to at the lab. It also depends whether I'm in the lab or in the car, because whenever I'm driving, I typically alternate between either, like, writing advice podcasts or just listening to, like, whatever music I'm listening to in my off time. But when I'm at the lab, it's like, I have, like, a few different things that I turn to. Podcasts are one of them. I do have a playlist on, like, my personal YouTube that's just, you know those, like, long playlist videos? I've got a bunch of those in one big, like, mega playlist, and I'll just turn that on, turn on shuffle, and that's typically my go-to. But lately I've also just been listening to, like, YouTube videos, either about, like, the best anime from, like, each season for, like, the past couple of years, because I haven't really been keeping up with that. Deltarune theories have been big ones lately. Oh, man. I do kind of love how Deltarune chapters 3 and 4 just came out, and it was just Toby going, "All your theories are wrong forever, goodbye!" The 3-hour-long Gorilla's lore video. Oh, I need to add that one to my watch later. I feel like you've mentioned this video to me before, and I keep thinking, like, oh yeah, I need more long-ass videos. See, I have a different playlist that's supposed to be for, like, big-ass videos that are great to go back and listen to. And I just haven't updated it in, like, a year and a half for no reason. Learn about that bad man. Yeah, Gorilla's lore is always, like, kind of fascinated me, but it's also, like, I don't know how the fuck to get into it. So, that video might be my saving grace in that front. But, yeah, it's like, there are the 3-hour-long video. Exactly. It's perfect. But yeah, it's like, the thing with me, though, whenever I'm listening to stuff, at any moment, my brain can just go, no, actually, this sucks, we need to change to something else immediately. So, I'll usually, like, hop from one thing to another. So I'll usually start the day listening to, like, you know, video game music or whatever, and then hop over to, like, video essays, and then go back to music for a bit, and then if I'm driving, I'll typically go and, like, listen to, like, Vocaloid, or listen to podcasts. So, it's just a lot of hopping from one thing to another. But hey, it keeps me focused at my work. And that's all I need. That's all I really need. She didn't intend to pay any attention to the music. This was more like a ritual. A ritual she needed in order to concentrate. It was a warm-up exercise before she could dive into a sea of numbers and equations. Once she dove in, she wouldn't need it anymore, so she simply stopped hearing it. She stopped seeing everything around her, too. All she saw was the numbers and equations. I get that. I'll be like, I'm gonna listen to the streamer's full playthrough of this game, get 10 minutes in, and think, I will pass away if I keep listening to this. Yes! And the I will pass away if I keep listening to this feeling just comes out of fucking nowhere. Every single time for me. It's like, I'll be listening to something, I'll be really enjoying it. I'll be just doing my thing. And then all of a sudden the switch is flipped and it's like, no, I need to listen to something else right now immediately or I will die! All that was in her head were numbers and equations. All that was left was a thinking machine named Maho Hyajo. Her mind left behind the bonds of her physical body and the speed of her thoughts accelerated towards the infinite. It was time for another fun journey.
おはようございます。
Someone suddenly whispered in her ear and Maho jumped out of her chair, lost her balance, and fell. Damn. She's like a cat. Actually, that reminds me, the other night, I scared Vesta really bad. So my apartment's kitchen is very, very small. And my stove is kind of like tucked between like two of the counters. And there's a little gap next to the cabinet that's like to the right of the stove. And the stove itself. Like, and it's just below the cabinet. It's like just big enough for me to fit my arm through. There's just that gap near the floor. And as I was doing the dishes, I think it was like either Wednesday or Thursday night, I noticed that Vesta was looking in there very intently. And I was like, okay, what is in there? So I tried to lean down to just see what the fuck Vesta was so fixated on. And I guess she had forgotten that I was there, despite the fact that I am not quiet when I do the dishes at all. And it's like the second that I leaned over her, she went straight up, scratched the heck out of my leg coming down, ran to the other room, and then I finally looked under to see what she was looking at, and there was nothing there. There was nothing. She got the shit scared out of her for nothing. Every now and again, I swear to God, Vesta just sees ghosts. Like, Vesta does this thing on a regular basis where she will just, like, crouch down and slowly approach a random object that I know for a fact that she has just been, like, walking past for the last 2 weeks. But for some reason, she acts like she's never seen it before in her life and that it scares her. And so she'll just, like, slowly creep up to it and, like, gently reach out to touch it with her paw to make sure that it's not gonna explode. And I'm like, Vesta, I promise you, that towel has been on my bedroom floor for the last 2 weeks. You know what it is. You've seen it before. It's like, this is why I think she sees ghosts, because it's like, what is going on to make you behave this way? It's a canon event. What, that she gets scared and scratches me, or that she sees ghosts? Maho looked up and saw Kurisu staring down at her and beginning to panic. I see.
すみません。そんなに驚かれるとは思わなくて。
クリス、驚かせないでよ。
Cats are just like that. It's a canon event. That's fair. I feel like it's probably that some typical cat behavior is still a little strange to me because, like, growing up, we never had cats. We always just had dogs. It's because my dad was allergic to cats for, like, the first, like, 18 or 19 years that I was alive. Like, that only resolved very recently. It's only very recently that my family was even able to have cats without my dad, just fucking dying. Not literally, it's not that bad, but, like, you know how it is with bad allergies. So yeah, it's just, I feel like there was some stuff with cats that I wasn't, like, fully knowledgeable on whenever I first got Vesta. I feel like cats' propensities to just act like they're seeing ghosts was one of them. It doesn't freak me out or anything, it's just like, why are you doing this? I don't understand.
何度か呼んだんですけど、聞こえなかったみたいで。
ああ。
Maho stood up and sat back in her chair.
ごめんなさい。集中してて聞こえなかったわ。
はい、そうだと思ってました。
Then you should have just left me alone. Maybe Kurisu could tell she was thinking that because she quickly added.
申し訳ないとは思ったんですが、せっかく休日に先輩とお会いしたわけだし、挨拶しておきたいなって。それに、まだ作業を始めたばかりのようでしたから、お邪魔にはならないかなって。
今来たの？
はい、私だけかと思ったから驚きました。
Then Maho realized something was strange.
あなた、今来たって言ったわよね。 だったらなぜ私が作業を始めたばかりだと分かったの？
それは
Kurisu pointed to the speakers.
まだ第一楽章の頭でしたから。ケッヘル331、モーツァルトピアノソナタ第11番イチョウチョ、第一楽章。
Alright, show off. Just remembering all of that. K331. Mozart's Piano Sonata number 11 in A major, the Turkish March. Jesus Christ, why was that so hard to read? K331 refers to the song's Köchel number, which is a numbering system developed by Ludwig von Köchel for the purpose of indexing all of Mozart's works so that people worldwide could have a standard method of referring to them. Köchel numbers are given in order of the time of the song's creation. But as new works are discovered, or it's discovered that a song actually came out in a different year, they are sometimes updated. In the latest version of the Köchel system, the Piano Sonata number 11 in A major is K6.300I. However, the original numbers were popular for many years and are still commonly used today. Seems a little complicated. I guess I never realized how much music Mozart made. That he would have to have an entire fucking archiving system dedicated just to his songs.
あなたモーツァルト好きなの？
かじった程度です。それにモーツァルト全般というよりはこの曲が好きなんです。世間的にはトルコ行進曲の方が有名ですけど。
Okay. Turkish March. The third movement of Mozart's Piano Sonata number 11 in A major. This sonata is composed of 3 movements, but the third movement in particular is exceptionally famous, and often performed on its own. A normal sonata consists of 4 movements: an allegro, a slow movement such as an andante or largo, a dance movement, and a faster finale. Since the piano sonata only has 3 movements, it violates the standard structure, but this can be considered another example of Mozart's genius.
私はこの第一楽章の静かな調べの方が心地いいですね。
私も同意見よ。
よかった。私も気合を入れて集中するときは BGM にモーツァルトを流してます。科学者としての発言ではないですけどね。
Maho couldn't help but laugh as she realized Kurisu was saying the same thing she'd said earlier. In the 2 weeks since Kurisu had joined the team, Maho hadn't been quite sure how to deal with her. But now she wanted to know a little more. So she used the signal her coworkers always used when they wanted to take breaks.
コーヒーでも飲む？
Oh, fuck yes! Hell yeah, gotta love a new capture card. And I will! Good luck setting that up.
賛成です。先輩にいくつか質問したいこともありますし。
As she watched Kurisu follow her, filled with energy, she was reminded of the pet dog she used to have. But later she would realize that that was one of the things that made Kurisu cute. She got 2 hot coffees from the lab coffee machine, and the 2 of them talked about their research for a while. It must have been a strange sight. 20-year-old Maho and 17-year-old Kurisu debating the latest developments in cerebral physiology while drinking coffee out of paper cups. Cerebral physiology. The study of the cerebrum, the part of the brain that controls human and animal actions. In recent years, the field of AI has achieved many things with a technology called neural networks that mimics the structure of the human brain. Because of this, one popular approach has been the use of an information science-based approach towards cerebral physiology. But the two of them realized that since they'd never had someone of the same sex and age to work with, these conversations were a big help to both of them. Having the older Maho around must have been a particularly big help to Kurisu. Once in a while, Kurisu would still call her senpai, the Japanese word for an upperclassman or more senior colleague.
そういえばアインシュタインはバイオリンが趣味だったらしいですね。
モーツァルトを尊敬していたようね。モーツァルトを好きになることは由緒正しき科学者の伝統なのかもしれない。
もしそうなら光栄ですね。
After a short debate about their work, the two of them talked about Mozart until they finished their coffee. After she'd had a real conversation with Kurisu, Maho realized that she was totally different than her first impression. Every time she spoke, she'd smile or pout. It was adorable to watch. But the only thing she had in common with most people in her age was her appearance. She was a genius.
先輩はアインシュタインがあなたにとって死とは何かという質問にどう答えたか知ってます？
いいえ、なんて言ったの？
死とはモーツァルトを聞けなくなることだ。日本ではそれなりに有名な言葉なんですよ。
Death means not getting to listen to Mozart anymore. It was a more romantic phrase than she'd expect from the Einstein she thought she knew.
へえ、知らなかった。アインシュタインがそんなことを言ったのね。
Hi KP, welcome to the stream!
いいえ、言ってません。
Awesome. Okay.
まあ、厳密には言っていないことは証明できませんけど、少なくとも記録は残っていないと思います。
Well, to be honest, you haven't missed too much. There was a cute scene with Maho and Moeka before, where Moeka was basically showing Maho the way to the Tokyo Denki University because Dr. Leskinen and Maho have kind of moved their research in there. There was a cute scene afterwards where Maho was like, hey, you know you can just call me by my first name, right? And Moeka's like, I've never done that for anyone before. That's weird and scary. But basically Maho is like slowly helping Moeka with her social anxiety a little bit. And then we're getting this this cute little flashback to when Maho and Kurisu first started becoming friends. Also, love that the tradition of putting words in Albert Einstein's mouth is also a thing in Japan.
どういうこと？
Kurisu smiled and put her finger up to her lips.
昔、日本で発売された本に別の本からの引用としてこの言葉が載っていたんです。けれど、その本には引用元の署名が書かれてなかったし、今に至るまで引用元の本は見つかっていません。
Awesome.
著者がでっち上げたってこと？
Source, we made it the fuck up.
呆れた話ね。
証明はできませんから断定もできませんけどね。でもこの言葉、私はとてもアインシュタインらしいロジカルなものだなって思うんです。
ロジカル？
ええ、だって死んだらモーツァルトは聞けなくなりますよね。
I mean, yeah. You know, you got us there.
そんなの当たり前じゃない。
はい、当たり前なんです。モーツァルトに限らず、死んだら何も聞くことはできなくなる。命題は真です。ね、ロジカルでしょ？
あなた面白いわね。知性と幼さが一つの脳の中に同居してる。
幼くなんかないですよ。
ごめんなさい。遅くなったけど、改めてよろしくね、クリス。
Maho offered her hand, and Kurisu shook it with a smile. Kurisu's hand was warm.
よろしくお願いします、先輩。
Mozart had brought the two of them together. Kurisu was a child beloved by God. Everyone was amazed and astonished by her unmatched creativity. Everyone including, of course, Maho. Something. I felt like she had to remember something important.
おはようございます。
Someone suddenly whispered in her ear and Maho jumped off the sofa.
クリスの言う通りだったね。
At some point, Dr. Leskinen had picked up the laptop and taken it behind Maho's back. Kurisu was on the screen laughing at her. Awesome. Awesome prank, Kurisu. Good job. Evidently, the professor had brought it close to Maho's ears and made Kurisu whisper to her.
先輩、今集中モードに入ってましたね。教授が何度呼びかけても自分の世界から帰ってこなかったですから。
ああ、すみません。
こんな非常事態でも研究する姿勢は大したものだよ。
Yeah, she's fucking dedicated. The professor put the laptop back on the table and sat in the sofa across from her. And then they started the meeting. She discussed their future plans with the professor. Ah. I don't know if I can fully blame it on the wire on my teeth now. I do think it's fucking up whenever I have to pronounce, like, L's. Going from L's to S's is the only real difficulty that the wire is causing right now, but oh boy. When I have difficulty with those. Hopefully by next week I'll be fully adjusted to this. I'll be honest, I was so fixated on my day trip and then my little day out with family last week that I almost completely forgot about that appointment. Technically no. Okay, so I had braces when I was younger. And then, whenever they took them out, they were like, okay, we're gonna put this wire, in the back of your front teeth on both the top and the bottom. And that's gonna hold everything in place. It's gonna keep your teeth from shifting back out of alignment. And that was all cool and well and good. And then in, like, 2021, I broke the top one eating a Smartie. And when I went back to my original orthodontist, he was like, yeah, so, we only do Invisalign now. We can't put a wire back in. And I was like, okay, fine, whatever. I'll do Invisalign. And then I completely forgot to put it in for, like, months at a time. So, yeah, recently I figured out that a dentist's office near my place also did orthodontic work. So I'm like, okay, cool. Let me get a new wire put in there. Because, my front teeth were starting to, like, shift around. One of them was starting to go in front of the other ones, and I'm like, okay, no, I'm not going through having braces again. Fuck that. We're getting the wire put in as soon as possible. And, yeah, last Wednesday was the day. My birthday outing was very, very good. I ate a fuck ton of sushi, I went to an art gallery, I saw the Cowboy Bebop movie. I played pinball for the first time in a couple of years. It was good. And then it's like, I would have streamed last weekend, but then, like, the thing I was doing with family for, like, partially my birthday, partially Father's Day, we ended up going to a ghost walk. I thought the place was, like, 45 minutes away from where I live. It was closer to, like, 2 hours. So I didn't end up getting back until like 12:30, and so I just made a post on Blue Sky that was like, nah, I'm sorry guys, I'm canceling the stream. And now here we are. But yeah, it's like, I said it at the beginning of the stream, but it's like, I need to start just, like, giving myself little outings. Like, maybe not doing as much as I did a couple of weekends ago, because that cost a lot of money. But it's like, if every now and again I want to just take a little walk down to, like, the local arcade, or take a walk in a park or something, like, I need to start actually doing things on my weekends. I feel like I'm so used to work, like, either taking up all my time or making me fucking miserable. So I'm just so used to doing jack shit on the weekends now. It's like, no! I need to do things! Or at least I need to get back in the habit of doing things, because, you know, maybe if I did go out more, maybe if I did do more stuff, I wouldn't be so tired when I get back from it. And then I can stream whenever. Probably, maybe. I just realized you guys could probably hear that. I'm drinking out of an old Dr. Pepper bottle. I say old, I got it like 2 days ago. And for some reason the label was bugging me, so I'm like, ah, yeah, I'll just rip that off, that's fine. Forgetting that that's absolutely audible on stream. Something kept bugging Maho the whole time during the meeting. When she was remembering how she'd met Kurisu, she was also remembering something else. Salieri, Maho's user account name. She'd picked it a month after Kurisu had died. For some reason, she couldn't stop thinking about it. Well, yeah, your friend died. That's gonna stick with you. After she finished her meeting with Dr. Leskinen and left the school, she realized it had started to rain.
やっぱり降ってきちゃったか。日本の天気予報は驚くほど正確ね。
It sounds like there's a dog crying out in the hallway of my apartment building. What the hell? I don't know if you guys could hear that, but, yeah, that was fucking weird.
桐生さん、どこかお店に入っているのかしら。
Oh, she probably didn't. She was probably too nervous to. Love the old-ass Nokia phone that Maho uses. Just as she went to take out her phone and send a message to her, she got a message of her own from Kurisu. Oh? It was fun talking with Sawayama today. Tell me about Okabe next time. I had fun too. I've said this before, but it's not like that. Thanks, Kurisu. She was about to snap and say something back when she saw Moeka in her field of vision. She'd opened her folding umbrella and was crouching by the side of the road with her phone out. When Maho approached, she saw a flower blooming between the asphalt and shrubbery. Moeka was trying to take a picture of it.
桐生さん、ごめんなさい。お待たせしちゃったわね。
Moeka looked up and opened her mouth hesitantly.
いやじゃさん。
Maho was happy that she said her name.
花撮ってたの？
Moeka nodded and looked back toward the ground. There was a tiny flower blooming where the asphalt met the shrubbery. There was no other flower like it in view. The wind must have brought it here. The flower's color was striking, but something, perhaps the rain, made it look sickly. Moeka took a picture of it. Then another, and another. The umbrella in her hand seemed to be stopping her from taking a good picture.
傘持ってましょうか。
別に。
いいからいいから。
Maho practically yanked the umbrella out of Moeka's hands.
ありがとう。
どういたしまして。
Moeka used both hands to steady her camera. Then, when it came into focus, she pressed the button. A moment later, she stood up, satisfied.
うまく撮れた。もう大丈夫。
ポートレートの準備かしら。
Moeka shook her head.
ヒアジョーさんの写真は撮れない。雨降ってきちゃったから。風景を撮るのは習慣。
写真を撮るのが好きなの？
Moeka shook her head again.
証明。
Proof?
自分がどこにいたかの証明。
Huh. Like little mementos. To be honest, I should probably do the same. I do all kinds of cool shit and then I never take any pictures. And then it's like the few times that I do take pictures of, like, little events that I went to and stuff, I'm always like, ah! I remember that! It's like, I enjoy looking back on those times, it's just, in the moment, I never think to take out my phone and take a picture of things. And then later on, I'm like, fuck.
証明？
そう。
それってどういう？
Like, I don't think I took any pictures on my birthday outing. I took a couple on the ghost walk that I was on last week, but... like, that was mostly because it's like, okay, this is an environment that I'm never gonna be in again, probably. Let me look back. Okay, I did take one picture, and it was of the theater itself to show my friends. So at least I have, like, some little souvenir on my phone of that little day trip, but... And then she heard the sound that meant that she'd received a Rhine message.
またクリスからかしら。
私にも来てる。フェイリスさんから。
フェイリスさん？
Disaster? Yeah. The 314th prophecy of Fatima has come to pass, Nya. The hearts of men have lost the will to believe, and the seal created by the sacrifice of the ancient Incan civilization has been broken, Nya. It's only a matter of time before the Dark God, the master of Pluto, revives, Nya. Pluto. A dwarf planet discovered in 1930 by an astronomer named Clyde Tombaugh. For years, it was defined as the 9th planet from the Sun, and due to its status as the most distant planet, it often appeared in fiction. However, later developments in astronomy revealed that there were many other planets that were roughly the same size as Pluto, and a fierce debate ensued as to whether or not they should be counted as well. In the end, the International Astronomical Union adopted the term dwarf planet in 2006, and Pluto was classified as one of these. But it's still the 9th planet! You be nice to Pluto! Not only the Earth, but the whole Galactic Federation is in danger, Nya! Summon the House of Lords and the Senate immediately, Nya! The President is missing, but I'm sure he's flown off in Air Force One or something to fight the enemy himself, Nya! Okay, Ferris! Neither of these people have dealt with your chuny behaviors before! Did someone break into the condo or no? I'll start the ceremony to seal him away once more, Nya. The president? I wait for you to buy time for me until it finishes, Nya. Thanks. Wait. What are you talking about? What? That was a joke, Nya. Sorry. But really, there's big trouble, Nya. What? What happened? I'll explain later, Nya. You had all the time to question I want you to do before you head back to the condo, yeah? Both Maho and Moeka looked at each other, confused by Ferris's strange message.
二人ともよく来てくれたにゃ。タイムリミットが迫っているけど、まだ時間は残っているにゃ。準備はできているかにゃ。
できている。
ええ。では始めるにゃ。作戦名は夜更かしシンデレラたちの秘密の女子会。おねむで思わずドッキリ発言にゃ。
Awesome! Alright. Why are you in lingerie, Moeka?
二人ともどうしたにゃ。テンション低いにゃ。せっかくの女子会なんだからもっと楽しむにゃ。まあいいけど、まさか二人にやっておいてほしい重大なミッションが夕飯を抜いておくことだとは思わなかったわ。
The two of them had suddenly gotten a message that Ferris was having a girls' party that night. Ferris had asked them to skip dinner so they'd have empty stomachs for the party. And both Maho and Moeka had done so.
さあさあ、何でも好きなものを食べるにゃ。ケーキもアイスもちょっとだけお高めのものを買ってきたにゃ。
Ferris started to rummage through the plastic convenience store bags with a smile. Normally, Ferris acted like she was rich, and in fact, she was rich, so she could have easily purchased the most expensive cake that either of them had ever tasted. But she realized that the right cakes and ice cream for a party like this were the ones you got at a convenience store, and she purchased them there without any hesitation. Maho thought that must be one reason why the customers and maids at May Queen admired her so much. She'd been working short-staffed at May Queen since the start of the year, so it had to have been hard, but she wasn't showing any signs of exhaustion at all.
マホニャン、どうしたにゃ。フェイリスに惚れちゃったかにゃ。女の子からの求愛はいつでもウェルカムにゃ。
Hell yes, based.
照れることないにゃ。プレゼントも気に入ってくれたようで、フェイリスも嬉しいにゃ。思ってた通り、すっごく似合ってるにゃ。そのパンダパジャマ。
Wait, Ferris, did you buy both of these? Like, Maho's I understand for a sleepover, but, what were your intentions with Moeka's?
気に入ってるわけじゃないわ。せっかく用意してくれたものを拒否したら失礼だから。
The hooded panda pajamas that Maho was wearing were a gift from Ferris.
サイズがぴったりなのは別にいいんだけど、どう考えても子供用よね、これ。
Sorry, Maho.
人形さんみたいだからきっと何でも似合うにゃ。その呼び方はやめてってば。それとお願いだから毎日別の動物パジャマを着せようとか考えないでね。
Were you actually planning on doing that, Ferris?
何？マホニャン、心が読めるのかにゃ。すでに1週間分は用意済みだということをなぜ知っているにゃ。
Awesome. Thanks, Ferris.
もう買ってあるの？
Just as Maho was starting to realize that Ferris was just toying with her, Moeka was covering her mouth with her hand and trying not to laugh.
キリュウさん？もえにゃ。
ごめんなさい。笑うつもりはないんだけど。
Maho saw Moeka smile for the first time. So this was how she smiled.
その笑顔、す
You're gonna scare her! Ferris! Ferris, you're scaring the hose! Ferris's eyes sparkled in the dim light. Without any warning, she leapt upon Moeka and started to tickle her sides. What the fuck? Moeka was evidently very vulnerable to tickling. She squirmed as tears formed in her eyes and she started to gasp for air. Ferris backed off as Moeka panted and gasped for breath. You really can't take her anywhere. Not even her own fucking condo. Amazing! We're really stretching the cat puns here now. Ferris and Maho looked at each other and spoke. Ferris. Ferris, she's right beside you. Of course we get a close-up now. Moeka was wearing a crimson baby doll as her pajamas. It was the kind of adult lingerie you could never imagine a girl like her wearing. Of course, she seemed unaware of this and had seemingly only chose it because it was easy to move around in. But with Moeka's natural proportions, she ended up looking incredibly seductive. And on top of that, when her massive breasts shook as Ferris tickled her, even Maho felt a little strange. They really said, here you go, have some fan service. Moeka apologized as she gasped for breath. Maho shook her head to drive away the strange feelings. Whoa, she's bisexual, I didn't know that. I don't think she knew it either. No one gets any sleep was Ferris's idea of a joke. She had work early the next morning. The party lasted exactly 2 hours and they talked the whole time. Actually, Ferris talked the whole time and Maho and Moeka would occasionally answer. At most sleepovers, girls talked about fashion and romance, maybe, but these girls weren't interested in those things. Instead, they talked about work and their futures. It was fun to see a different side of each other as they spoke. Moeka, for instance. Hell yeah! Also, this is making me realize that it's like, I don't even remember the last time that I had like a sleepover party. Like, I think that would have been when I was like 10 or 11. I mean, I think it's just because in high school, like, pretty much all of my closest friends were guys. And I just didn't really hang out with people after school all that often. And then in college, it's like, well, everybody's busy. And being roommates can be close to that sometimes, I guess. But, I mean, just having a sleepover where it's like, yeah, you hang out with your friends and you eat a shit ton of snacks and you stay up as late as you can. It's like, the closest I've gotten to that recently has been, like, Discord calls. Kind of weird to think about. She said she'd been reading one of the web novels that were popular lately and she decided to write one herself. Hell yeah! And what's more, she said it was a romance with some really steamy scenes. Oh, hell yeah! An AO3 writer. I feel that. Moeka refused, but Ferris and Maho made her promise to let them see it when it was finished. Ferris had something surprising to say too.
メイドを辞めるつもりはないけど、結婚にも憧れるにゃ。子供がたくさん欲しいにゃ。
Aw, that's cute. Ferris had lost her family when she was young, so she wanted a big family of her own and as soon as possible. It was probably going to be a very lively family. For the last 30 minutes, Ferris talked Maho into giving a lecture on AI research. Maho gave a slightly less formal version of the interview she'd done yesterday. She talked about the framing problem about Amadeus, and about a future where AIs surpassed humans. Ferris was interested in more than anime culture. She was into technology and gadgets as well, and she paid close attention to what Maho had to say. But as Maho spoke, she realized that Moeka was starting to look depressed.
キリュウさん、どうかした？眠くなっちゃったかにゃ？
そうじゃない。
Oh? Well, what's up?
未来が怖いと思って。
Understandable, to be honest.
未来が怖い？
そう。人工知能の研究が進んで、人間より優秀な人工知能が誕生したら、仕事を失う人が現れると思う。
Well, we haven't even gotten one that's better than humans yet, and we're already kind of seeing that.
私もきっとその一人になるかも。それが怖い。
So that was it, Maho thought to herself. Maho had only lived with Moeka for a few days, but she'd started to figure out her personality. She was a very pretty girl with amazing proportions and good at her job, but Moeka seemed to think that she was worthless. She thought that nobody needed her and that if someone better than her appeared, they would quickly take her place. And once that happened enough that there was no place left where she belonged, then what would happen to her? That scared her.
大丈夫よ、キリュウさん。そうにゃ、そんな心配いらないにゃ。
私はフェイリスさんやヒアジョーさんのような特別な技術や知識を持っていない。誰でも私の代わりになれる。誰でも私よりうまく働ける。私は二人のように優秀ではないから。
だから何なの？代わりがいる。自分より優れた人がいる。それが何だっていうの？マホニャン。私より優秀な脳科学者はいくらでもいるわ。いつかは私が発明した人工知能が私よりも優れた論文を書き上げてしまうかもしれない。でもそれが何だっていうの？ビクトル・コンドリア大学のレスキネン研究所の入り口に一番近い机は私の席なの。扉の立て付けが悪くていつも風が吹き込んでくるし、いつも誰かが廊下で喋っているからうるさくてしょうがないけど私の席なの。たとえ宇宙が終わったとしても私はあの席を他の誰かに譲るつもりはないわ。
I'm just imagining Maho sitting in her spot like, no sir, not getting out of this chair.
私より優秀な脳科学者や私より優秀な人工知能があの席に座りたがっても譲ってなんかあげるもんですか？人は誰かの代わりなんかにはなれないなんて甘い話をするつもりはないわ。代わりが効かない仕事なんて社会活動の中ではめったにないもの。
Yep, unfortunately.
でもだからって変わってあげる義理なんてないわ。私は私なんだから。
私は私。
それにね、優秀かどうかなんて関係ないのよ。もしフェイリスさんと分子レベルで全く同一の生体ロボットが存在して全く同等、もしくはそれ以上の給仕ができるとする。それでも私はフェイリスさんに給仕をお願いするわ。たとえ料金が10倍違っても100倍違ってもロボットに頼もうとは思わない。
You know, this has aged incredibly well in the wake of AI art generation and stuff.
そこに理由なんてない。私はフェイリスさんが出してくれる紅茶が飲みたいの。
Yeah, it's like, it kind of reminds me how, well, back when AI stuff was, like, just starting to become kind of popular, like, back in the time of AI Dungeon being really, like, silly and weird and funny instead of just a fucking text adventure, I remember a Vocaloid producer I really like, sort of, like, used AI to help generate lyrics for one of their songs, and that song got really popular, but I could never get into it because it's like, I don't know, what I like about Vocaloid, especially the English Vocaloid community, although you absolutely see it in the Japanese community too, is just, like, trying to figure out the intentions behind the lyrics. Like, it's hard to word, but it's like knowing that that song, like, the thing is, the lyrics weren't 100% AI. Like, I think the producer straight up said, like, yeah, no, I was basically just messing around with, like, text generation, put in some of the lyrics of some of my past songs, and, it outputted some stuff, and I kind of wanted to turn it into something real, so I edited the lyrics a bit, and this and that. Like, there was... It wasn't just, like, oh, I had ChatGPT shit out, like, some lyrics, and I set, like, a Vocaloid to sing them, and, like, put zero effort in. Like, there was a lot of effort made, but I think it was just the fact that I was like, I don't know how much of this is, like, actual authorial intent, and what of this was just AI slapping words together, basically, that just sound nice. Which, honestly, thinking back on it does kind of surprise me, because I really like, some of the producers that I like will put out songs where they're like, yeah, no, this was basically just a rhyming practice. Like, I had no intentions with this song's lyrics, they're basically nonsense. But even with those, like, you can typically, like, pick them apart and say, like, oh, I think that this could mean this. You just don't get that with AI lyrics, because I guess it's just that it doesn't feel intentional. And that kind of kills it for me. That's the same vibe that I think Maha was getting at here. It's like, yeah, sure, an AI could do this. They may even do it, like, just as well as a person, but the thing is that without knowing, like, the emotional intent behind it, it kind of spoils it.
つまりはそういうことよ。だから、
Like, AI absolutely has a place. It's just, I feel like art and writing are not it. Maho was getting so emotional she didn't know what to say next. She realized that Moeka and Ferris were staring at her in shock.
めんなさい。私ったらついムキになって。
私そうなのかも。
Moeka smiled a little. The next instant, Ferris was on top of her, squeezing her tight. Ferris was smiling at her with dewy eyes. Never change, Ferris, never change. The next few minutes were a struggle to stop Ferris from rubbing her face against her cheek. God, Ferris is great. Back to this guy! I sighed a little as I got off the train at Akihabara.
考えてみると俺、年明けから5日連続で秋葉に来てることになるな。
New Year's was our trip to the shrine. On the 2nd, I'd come to deal with the aftermath of that, and then the world line had changed. On the 3rd, I'd come to check on Maho and Moeka. Oh right, yeah, the world line also changed last stream. I forgot about that one. On the 4th, that is, yesterday, Mayuri had invited me to a New Year's party at May Queen. I hadn't come to Akihabara every day like this since last summer.
フェリスちゃん、どうしたんだろうね。
さあな、あいつの考えていることはわからん。
There was a reason I'd brought Mayuri to Akihabara. Kyoma! I mean Okarin! Okarin! Big trouble, nya! Oh, you're sending this stuff. Anyway, there really is trouble, nya! Really sorry, come to Ferris's house. You'll know what I mean when I get there. And invite... What? Basically, something bad had happened at Ferris's house and she wanted my help. Okay, there's all kinds of new tips. Alright, let's go through this. Are these all gonna be in the category Chinibyo? Rillier. An ancient island in the Cthulhu mythos that fell below the sea during an earthquake. Now it is an undersea city located at 47°9 south? I don't know how to read coordinates like this. And 126 degrees 42 west in the South Pacific between New Zealand and the western coast of Chile. Stars become right. Okay, that's category other. A term used to describe a certain stellar alignments in the Cthulhu mythos. When the stars become right, Cthulhu, one of the great old ones, will awaken from his ancient slumber. Planetary alignments. Category Chinibyo. Okay, why wasn't this one in Chinibyo? Everything surrounding it is. Why is this the odd one out? Alright, planetary alignments. The name for a phenomenon where the planets in the solar system line up in relation to the sun. This can occur anywhere from once every few decades to once in several centuries. The most recent was in 1982, and the next will be in 2161. Fuck! Born too late to see the planetary alignment. Born too early to see the planetary alignment. Born just in time to play Steins Gate 0 live on YouTube. I personally don't like AI involved in my drawing or animating because the joy comes from doing it. So having an AI do any part of it for me feels like ruining it. Exactly, that too! Oh my god. Every time that I bring up to an Uber driver specifically that I write or I do art, they're always like, hey, have you considered using AI? AI is really good at that. You should use AI. And every time I'm like, no! Why would I want to skip the fun part? And have it be done in the most mediocre milquetoast way possible. Why? I swear to God, it is every time. Every time it comes up in conversation with Uber drivers specifically. I don't know what it is, like, since AI became a thing that was mainstream, every fucking time. I used to use Uber a lot more at my last job. So I had a lot of conversations that were basically me going, no, I really don't want the computer to do the part of this that I like doing for me, thanks. And they'd be like, but you'd make more money. It's like, I already don't make money off of this shit. Gonna go meet my friends tonight. Oh, why don't you try talking to a chatbot? Yeah, exactly. That's what it feels like. It's like, no, there's a big difference. And also, like, if you get into writing just to try and make money off of it, you are not gonna get very far. I fucking promise you that. Like, you have to be willing to stick with something for potentially years, go through the whole editing process, and then maybe not even get it published. Like, you don't get into writing for the fucking money. Unless you're just trying to make it your job, that's a little bit different. I'm mostly talking about people who are like, oh, I'm gonna become the next Stephen King. I'm gonna be the next George R.R. Martin. I'm gonna be the next guy that everyone is saying is the best writer of all time, and I'm gonna make a fuckload of money, and there's gonna be movies based on what I made, and it's like, you have no control over any of that, fucker. The only thing you have control over is whether or not you're writing something that you enjoy. And if you don't enjoy it also, people can tell. Like, I don't even know what point I'm trying to make here anymore. I'll be honest. Maybe that's a sign that I should just keep going. There is no scientific value to this phenomenon, but it creates ideal conditions for visiting several planets at once. For this reason, it was used in the Voyager project. Since the visual impact is very striking, planetary alignments are very common in works dealing with the occult. Yeah, when the stars properly align, yada yada yada.
ヒアジョーさんたちに何かあったのか。昨日フェイリスと話した時は普段通りに見えたんだが。
そんなことないよ。フェリスちゃん、この年末年始はすっごく頑張ってるからかなり疲れてると思う。でもね、フェリスちゃんって弱音を吐くことは絶対にないんだ。どんなに大変でもね、いつも元気なの。なのに今回は珍しくオカリンに助けを求めてきてるわけでしょ。よっぽどのことが起きてるんじゃないかな。
I mean, I thought that whenever I saw the messages from Ferris on Maho's phone. And then it ended up being a fucking sleepover, so who the hell knows at this point? We decided to hurry to Ferris's house.
あれ?
We called Ferris's condo from the first floor entrance, but there was no answer. Was Kuroki not in? But at least Maho and Moeka should be.
出ないね。
おかしいな。
I tried again and this time got a response.
はい。
あ、岡部ですが。
はい。お嬢様から伺っております。どうぞ。
Mayuri and I looked at each other, shocked by the tone of his voice. Yeah, what the heck is going on? Even when he came to greet us, Kuroki was too exhausted to give his usual elegant welcome.
岡部様。
Kuroki called my name weakly, and in the next moment he collapsed to his knees like a puppet with his strings cut. What the fuck happened?
黒木さん?
このままでは秋葉家が。
Did Ferris loop you into the Chuny shit too?
黒木さんどうしたんですか？
岡部様、今すぐお逃げください。ここにいてはなりません。
What? 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 What the fuck is going on? I can't even tell if this is serious or not.
自分で見たものが信じられない。
What?
見た？何を見たんですか？
Kuroki tried to say something, but then gave up and shook his head. And then he slowly raised his arm and pointed to the end of the hallway.
客間です。あそこに。
Oh, this is gonna be a fake out. That's where Maho and Moeka were. Did something happen to them? Why are you scaring us, old man?
黒木さんを頼む。
I left Kuroki in Mayuri's care and ran to the guest room. The door to the guest room was shut.
平城さん、桐生萌か、無事か？どっちでもいいから返事をしてくれ。入るぞ。
Is this gonna be a repeat of the fucking shower scene from before? Okay.
どうしてこんなことに。
I couldn't believe my eyes. The scene was indescribable. Yeah, I do feel like there's more garbage here than there was before. The only words I could come up with were a palace of junk. Oh, that's why Kuroki was dying, because he has to clean this shit. The desk and bed were still where they'd been, but everything else had changed. Books, notepads, and other strange objects were piled up to the ceiling in layers. What may have started as a temporary pile of books had become a wall that reached the top of the room. Walls made of hundreds of books were scattered around the room, forming a small labyrinth. In some places, the path was so narrow you needed to turn sideways to get through. The light from the ceiling no longer reached the floor, so small lights had been set up on top of the carpet. They were like torches in an underground labyrinth. My apartment is pretty fucking messy right now, but at least the fucking light isn't blocked. What are you two doing? Strangely, the space wasn't dirty. The result of Maho and Moeka's attempts to maximize their creative output was the construction of a labyrinth in the guest room. In a sense, it was the highest application of the principles of functional beauty. But it was still a palace of junk. This really makes me wish I had the courage to walk into a workplace and have a full-on Chuny episode whenever I'm stressed. Oh god, same. I mean, Val and I were even like chatting about that at the start of the stream of just like, God, to have the fucking self-confidence of a 14-year-old weeaboo. Like, there is something specific about being that age and being obsessed with anime that just, like, it creates a person with the self-confidence needed to kill God. Like, I wish I could fucking get back that level of, like, courage and self-assuredness. I want to be cringe but free. Maho was humming as she typed into her keyboard. She had a big pair of headphones on. Moeka was kneeling on the carpet with her legs splayed, typing into her laptop at the low table. She too was wearing headphones. Maho saw me standing in shock at the entrance and took off her headphones. Moeka took her earphones off too. 2010s weebs were peak weeb? Exactly. Mayuri was so astonished she couldn't think of anything else to say. It is amazing in its own kind of way. Did these two realize how much it took to freak out Mayuri?
二人ともどうかしたの？
どうかしたのじゃないだろう。なんなんだこの部屋は。
部屋？何かおかしいかしら？
何から何までおかしい。一昨日まではこんなじゃなかった。
I really like how Pokemon Mystery Dungeon this fucking track sounds. Like, this sounds like it would play in, like, either a silly scene in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, or in, like, one of those bonus dungeons that you get after beating the game.
ああ、そのこと？時間が経てば変わるわよ。物も人も、当然部屋もね。どう？ずっと機能的になってるでしょ？
Are you sure? I kind of doubt this. The fact that Maho didn't seem to find anything wrong with this at all made my head hurt.
探検できそうだね。
Yeah, never come back, you'd get lost! For her part, Mayuri was wandering through the labyrinth, excited. There were screens to divide the different parts of the room. The screens were different colored baby doll lingerie. Why?
これかわいいね。
色を選んで吊るしてる。
本当だ。萌香さん、大人っぽい下着たくさん持ってるんだね。
This has been a shockingly fan-servicey episode.
マユリ、すまんが、話がこんがらがるからちょっと部屋から出てくれ。
I tried talking to Maho and Moeka, but couldn't get any useful information. When it came down to it, neither of them understood that this room was as messy as you could get. Everything they needed was always within arm's reach, so the two of them thought of it as a pleasant place to work and live. This was definitely the reason why Ferris had come to me for help, and why Kuroki seemed to be on the verge of death. Kuroki, the Akiha family's ultimate butler, had a policy of not letting a single speck of dust exist in a room. Oh, God! Oh, buddy, you're fighting a losing battle. Why are his ears so far down on his head also? Wait a second, I just noticed that. That's gonna bug me now. These two must have driven him over the edge. That explained the terror in his eyes. He'd probably tried to clean this room up when they first started living here. Thinking back, he'd been acting strange when I came here 2 days ago.
しかし、フェイリスはなぜ俺に助けを求めたんだろう。それに、マユリを連れてくるように言った理由も謎だ。
えへへ。それについては、マユシーは理由がひらめいちゃったのです。
Oh? Do
リ
tell?
スちゃんはきっとね、このお部屋をお片付けしてほしいんだよ。だからマユシーがお呼ばれしたの。オカリンだけだったら諦めちゃってたかもしれないでしょ。
So, she wanted someone else to come to make sure the job got done. I see. Yeah, probably. I was looking at an entirely new structure. It wasn't something you could just clean up. If I'd come alone, I might have just turned tail and run. It would take a team of professional cleaners a full day to clean this thing up. This wouldn't be worth it unless I was getting paid. I mean, Ferris is rich. I wanted to complain, but I was the one who'd asked Ferris to let Maho stay here. I had to do it.
今日はこの部屋の片付けだ。 文句は言わせないからな。これは家主からのオーダーなんだ。
そうなの？いまいち納得できないけど、まあいいわ。了解よ。
What did they do to that man to drive his ears so low? Love the idea that his ears were at a normal place on his head before these two showed up. These two are so fucking messy. They screwed up the butler's character design.
分かった。
呼べるだけの知り合いに応援を頼むとして、どこから手をつければいいのやら。
マユシーはね、またひらめいちゃったのです。お掃除軍曹に手伝ってもらうのはどうかな。
Sergeant Clean?
お掃除軍曹。なんだそれは。
Glad to see that Okabe and I are on the same page again.
お掃除軍曹はね、とってもお掃除が得意なの。
I'm assuming that's this world's equivalent to Mr. Clean, but in that case, why doesn't Okabe know him?
部屋が散らかっていれば散らかっているほどファイトが湧いてくるんだって。
知り合いなのか。
オカリンもよーく知ってる人だよ。
え、俺のよく知ってる人？
Mayuri, if you're just talking about Mr. Clean, please just say that. Mayuri brought me to the lab. Or more precisely, the Bronze Tube workshop on the first floor of the building, where the lab was. Are you going to ask fucking Tenyoji to clean this up? Oh! Oh, we're using child labor, I see, okay. I can't... I feel like this is worse. Good sound, Okabe, good sound. Let's hear that again. Okabe's also like, I don't know if this is alright. We're just gonna ask this 10-year-old to clean up a fucking room for us. Yeah, sure.
マユリ、もしかしてお前の言うお掃除軍曹というのは苗のことなのか？
あったりー。なえちゃんはね、とってもお掃除が上手なんだ。お店も家もなえちゃんが毎日お片付けしてるんだよね。
そうなのか？
そうだよ。ブラウン管はお父さんが毎日拭いてるけど、他のところは全部私が片付けてるの。
So he's using child labor as well. I see, I see. Come to think of it, I'd never seen any garbage on the floor of the Bronze Tube workshop.
別にお父さんが掃除が嫌いってわけじゃないんだよ。私が好きなだけ。ゴミが床に落ちてると片付けなきゃって体が勝手に動いちゃうの。
A good instinct to have, honestly. I fucking wish that my brain worked like that, because instead I see something on the ground and I'm like, I'll pick it up later. And then later is like 1 to 2 business weeks.
部屋の汚れは心の汚れだってお母さんがいつも言ってたから。
Well, yes. That is accurate, I think.
なるほど。しかしどの辺がお掃除軍曹なのか。
Nai's eyes went wide and her face blushed.
マユリお姉ちゃん、そのことは誰にも言わないでって言ったのに。ごめんね。でもどうしてもお掃除軍曹の力が必要なんだよ。私は軍曹とかそんなんじゃないよ。お掃除している時はほんのちょっと気合が入っちゃうだけだもん。本当だよ。
Nai looked to be on the verge of tears. Well, a girl her age wouldn't want to be called Sergeant, maybe.
ねえ、なえちゃん、どうかな。マユシーたちに力を貸してくれないかな。軍曹ってもう呼ばない？呼ばない。じゃあわかった。お掃除やる。猫のお姉ちゃんのお家も行ってみたいし。
That's cute. I love her calling Ferris Miss Kitty.
でも一人は心細いな。
I'll be there.
みんなで手伝うからね、オカリン。
ああ、そうだな。片っ端から声をかけよう。
じゃあ準備するから待っててね。うちまで帽子取ってくる。
Get the hat. Nai ran off towards the station.
帽子？何のことだ？
すぐにわかるよ。
30 minutes later, Fubuki, Kaede, and Daru were the ones who answered my call. We met up with Nai and headed to the garbage pit that Ferris's condo had become. And then, Sergeant Clean revealed herself before us.
私が訓練教官の天王寺千人軍曹である。いいか、この部屋が片付くまでお前たちはシャクトリムシさんだ。地球上で最下等の生命体だ。
First Sergeant Tenyoji! Oh, I love that.
お前たちは電化製品ではない。掃除機と呼ばれるほどの値打ちもない。葉っぱの上で縮んだり伸びたりするくらいの価値しかない。お前たちは厳しい私を嫌うだろう。だが憎めばそれだけ学ぶ。私は厳しいが公平だ。私の使命はこの部屋をピッカピカにすることだけだ。わかったか、シャクトリムシさんども。
マユリ。
なーに？
The contrast!
なんだあれは。
なえちゃんはね、お掃除するときはちょっぴり性格が変わるのです。
性格が変わるとかじゃないだろあれ。人格が変わってる。
小動物系ロリ美少女が本性を表すとド S 軍曹と
ダル
してバトンプレイしてくれるとか。我々の業
ダル
界のご褒美です。
Please be normal around the 10-year-old!
ダル、自重しろよ。
Thank you, Okabe! Thank you!
掃除が終わったら急に優しくなってイチャイチャしたがる展開も。
She's 10! Fuck off!
部屋の掃除の後はあなたをきれいにしましょうね的な。
Daru? I need you to become so fucking normal.
誰だ。
自分であります。
勝手にしゃべるな。聞かれたらはいかいいえで答えるんだ。それと答える時には頭とお尻に「なえ様」とつけろ。わかったか？
なえ様、はい、なえ様。はあ、リアル幼女から罵倒のシャワーを浴びせてもらえるなんて今日はついてる。
It's not a real lolly, it's just a fucking child!
何をニヤニヤ。
Daru!
いいか？今からお前を微笑みクマさんと呼ぶ。
なえ様、はい、なえ様。
Daru, no, the police are arriving! You just hear the sirens slowly approach in the distance.
嬉しいか？微笑みクマさん。
なえ様、はい、なえ様。どうでもいいけど、このなえ様、はい、なえ様って言いにくいよ。
何？文句があるのか？微笑みクマさん。
なえ様、いいえ、なえ様。
バカにしているのか？微笑みクマさん。
なえ様、いいえ、なえ様。
よろしい、微笑みクマさん。30秒以内に廊下の雑巾がけ10往復だ。さっさと始めろ。ほら、1、2、3。
なえ様、はい、なえ様。はあ、もっと
Be normal!
してください。
Be normal! Please, I am begging you, Daru! For the love of God!
一人だけ大喜びなやつがいるな。
He shouldn't be!
今日、ユキさんが来れなくて正解だったかもしれないね。
Very lucky! Suzuha would never be born if she was here for this! Kaede and Fubuki happened to be in Akihabara, so they had offered to help, but Yuki had work and couldn't make it. For the sake of the Hashida family's future, I was glad. Maho and Moeka had already given up on trying to match Nai's high energy and were taking their time washing the windows on the veranda.
よし、次。そっちの美人のお姉さんたち。私？美人？やっぱり？なぜ我が隊に志願したのか言ってみろ。私たち呼ばれてきただけなんだけど。そうなの、そうなの。どういう状況なのこれ？質問をしているのは私だ。私が聞いた質問に答えるんだ。ナエ様、はい、ナエ様。もう一度聞くぞ。なぜ我が隊に志願したのか言ってみろ。ナエ様、掃除をするためです。ナエ様。なら気合を入れろ。ナエ様。
Queen face?
ナエ様。気合？
Now me and Kaede are on the same page.
さあ行くよ、楓ちゃん。ちょっと。本当、掃除は地獄だぜ。ふぶきちゃんもノリノリだね。
来島さんは相当困ってるみたいだが。
そこの二人、何をおしゃべりしている。さっさとこのそびえ立つ黒くてぶっといやつを下のゴミ捨て場に持っていけ。
そびえ立つ黒くてなんだって？
そこのゴミ袋のことだよ。そうだよね。そうだぞ。さっさと運べ。ナエ様、はい、ナエ様。
ナエ様、はいナエ様。
I love hearing how each different character says it.
ふざけるな、聞こえないぞ。それで部屋をきれいにできると思っているのか。
Some fucking sound clip.
ナイ様、はい、ナイ様。全員おバカな顔を晒している暇があったら一個でも多くゴミを拾え。ナイ様、はい、ナイ様。それが終わったら家中のドアノブをピッカピカに磨かせてやるぞ。
ナイ様、はい、ナイ様。
泣いたり笑ったりできなくなるまでテーブルを磨き上げるんだ。光栄に思え。ナイ様、はい、ナイ様。
Cleaning personnel. And so the sergeant kept us cleaning until late into the night.
今日は本当に助かったにゃ。フェリスは大感激にゃ。
一時はどうなることかと思いましたが、皆様のおかげで立ち直れました。今日は腕によりをかけて料理を作りましたので、心ゆくまでお楽しみください。
Yay! God, you know, if someone made me a special dinner every time that I managed to, like, get my apartment fully cleaned, like every time that I did a deep clean of my home, I would probably do it more often. Like ever.
乾杯の温度は本日のヒーローであるナイニャンにお願いするにゃ。私？
適任だぞ、軍曹。
おかりおじさん、それ言わないって約束したでしょ。まあまあ、お願いするにゃん。はい。今日はお掃除を手伝ってくれてありがとうございました。乾杯。
Spot on, KP.
乾杯。
Goodbye! Nice. It took about half a day, but with Nai's help, we finished the cleaning. When Kuroki saw the clean room, he recovered and made us a huge dinner. Nai had seemed like a totally different person during the cleaning, but now she was back to normal. She was holding a cup filled with orange juice in both hands and was happily talking to Kaede. And thus Taru wasn't even present as he was removed from the premises. The good ending! Thank God!
カエルお姉ちゃん、ピアノ弾けるの？すごい！
She does look like the kind of character who'd be able to play piano.
そんなことないよ。どちらかっていうと、私は音楽史の方に興味があるの。ピアノはそれこそ弾けるだけって程度だから。そんなことないよ。すごいよ。
Kaede's modesty was only setting Nai off even more.
楓ちゃん、ナイ様のために一曲弾いてあげたら？そこにピアノもあるしさ。
A small upright piano was in the corner of the living room. It was perfect.
弾きたい。ピアノ弾きたい。人に聴かせるような腕じゃないよ。フェイリスはピアノ弾かないから使ってくれたらピアノも喜ぶにゃ。
もちろん調律は欠かしておりません。
困ったな。じゃあ一曲だけね。やったー。
Kaede sat in front of the piano and lifted the cover over the keys.
何にしようかな。
I have a sneaking suspicion it's gonna be something written by Mozart. She seemed happy as she stared at the keys and thought.
これだったらナイちゃんも知ってるかな。知ってる。トルコ行進曲。
I knew it! I knew it!
正解。
Her 10 fingers danced between the black and ivory keys, and a cheerful melody filled the room. She'd been very modest, but it was clear that she had a lot of talent. As the song played on, the rest of the group stopped talking and moved to the chairs and sofas around the piano. And then... Maho, who had been sitting next to me, suddenly stood up. The sound echoed throughout the room a little louder than she thought it would.
ごめんなさい。気にしないでください。みんなもおしゃべりしてていいからね。
Maho kept standing up as if lost in thought.
ヒヤジョーさん、どうかしたのか？
いえ、大したことじゃないの。仕事の電話があったのを忘れていて、それを思い出しただけ。ごめんなさい。ちょっと電話してくる。
Maho quietly left the room. He felt like something was strange. I thought for a moment and then suddenly looked where she'd been sitting. Maho's phone was still on the seat. So she wasn't making a call after all. I was a little worried, so I took her phone and left the living room. The door to the guest room was open. I peeked inside and saw that Maho was standing in the middle of the room with the lights off.
入っていいか？
She didn't tell me no, so I went inside and put the phone on the desk.
椅子に忘れてたよ。これがないと電話はかけられないだろ。
ありがとう。持ってこなかったことすら気づかなかったわ。よほど動転してしまったのね。
動転？なんなら話し相手になるぞ。
そうね。特にどうって話でもないんだけど、聞いてもらった方が私もすっきりできるかも。さっきのピアノの曲、タイトル覚えてる？
トルコ行進曲だろ？
そう、モーツァルトの曲よ。正確にはケッヘル331、モーツァルトピアノソナタ第11番第3楽章。ピアノソナタ第11番は全3楽章構成で、その中でも第3楽章にあたるトルコ行進曲がとても有名なの。だけど私はどちらかというと第1楽章の静かなメロディーの方が好き。クリスも同じことを言っていた。それをね、思い出したの。岡部さん、アマデウスっていう映画知ってる？
I wasn't sure how to handle the sudden change of subject.
あらすじくらいなら。モーツァルトの才能に嫉妬した音楽家の話だろ？
そう、アントニオ・サリエリ。映画ではボルフガング・アマデウス・モーツァルトによって人生を狂わされた男として描かれている。音楽家としての成功を約束されていたはずなのに、モーツァルトが持つ天賦の際に嫉妬し絶望してしまう。自由奔放のモーツァルトの修行にみんなが眉を潜める中、サリエリだけは彼の才能を見抜いていた。それこそアマデウスという名前の通り、神に愛されたとしか言いようがないその才能をね。サリエリは努力家だったわ。そんな彼には生まれ持った才で世間からもてはやされるモーツァルトが我慢できなかった。そしてついにはモーツァルトを追い詰めてしまう。
追い詰める？
モーツァルトを生き急がせて結果的に死に追いやってしまうの。
映画の話だろ
私も詳しくは知らないけど、でもモーツァルトの死には不審な点があるし、毒殺の可能性もあったっていう話は聞いたことがある。毒を持った犯人がサリエリかもしれないってこともね。クリスが亡くなった1ヶ月後くらいに大学のネットワークが刷新されることになったの。
Maho had jumped to another subject again.
それで署員は全員新しいユーザー名を決めることになった。私は特に考えもなくサリエリにした。人工知能のアマデウスと対比としてね。
I knew that. I'd seen her log in once in Wako City's offices.
けれどもしかしたら違うのかもしれない。
違う？何が？
私はアマデウスじゃなくてクリス自身との対比として自分にサリエリと名付けたのかもしれない。私にとってクリスはアマデウスだった。
In other words, Maho recognized Kurisu's talent more than anyone. And at the same time, she was more jealous of her than anyone else in the world. Just like Salieri.
ヒヤジョさん。
I didn't know what to say. I could see Maho's shoulders shaking a little. And then... Both Maho and I turned in the direction of the noise. Moeka was standing outside the door, looking troubled.
ごめんなさい。
いいのよ、気にしないで。どうかしたのかしら。
天王寺さんをそろそろ帰らせないと。
そうだな。俺が送っていくよ。ちょっと待っててくれ。
ヒヤジョさん、大丈夫？
え？
辛そうな顔をしているから。
ええ、大丈夫。こんなに体を動かしたの久しぶりだからちょっと疲れちゃったのかも。
そう、それならいいけど、それじゃ。
Moeka went back to the living room. That was a surprise. I'd never seen Moeka talk so much before. I'd never seen her talk that much in any world line, actually. And what's more, she'd been able to read Maho's expression and even worry about her. Maybe living with Maho was having an effect on her.
ごめんなさい、岡部さん。さっきの話は忘れて。
ああ、わかった。
聞いてくれてありがとう。
これぐらいでよければいつでも。
Maho smiled a little and left the room.
マヤリお姉ちゃん、次はあのお店まで。うん、じゃあ行くよ。よーい、スタート。タッチ。私の勝ち。負けた。なえちゃんはかけっこ早いね。
二人とも暗いから走ると危ないぞ。
大丈夫だよ。
Adorable. It was getting late, so the cleaning party ended as soon as Nai left. It was Mayuri and I who'd gone to get Sergeant Clean's help, so we were responsible for getting her back to the Brawn Tube workshop. Oddly enough, Maho had said she wanted to take a walk and came along with us.
じゃあ次はあそこのお店の前ね。よーし、まゆし今度は負けないぞ。よーい、スタート。
やれやれ。
Nai was more excited than usual. Was it because of all the praise that everyone had showered on Sergeant Clean?
どうかしたか？
いいえ、岡部さんのそういう顔初めて見たかもと思って。
どういう顔だ？
なんていうのかしら、緊張してない、リラックスしてる。初めて会った時からあなたは常に意識を張り詰めているような感じがしたから。
そうかな。
Yeah, that would be the trauma.
自分では意識してなかったよ。
At this time of night, most shops off the main road in Akihabara were starting to close, and there was no one around at all. The only ones walking down the alley at this hour were us four. I looked up and I could just barely see the stars past the clear winter sky.
なあ、ヒヤジョーさん。俺は君に言わなきゃならないことがあるんだ。クリスのことで。
I do find it very funny that after Gambit made the joke about, oh, Daru was removed from the premises, we didn't even see him in that scene. I'm accepting that as canon. They were like, nah, Daru, you're being a freak about this. Go home. Bye. Anyways, back to the serious scene.
クリスは
Just as I was about to tell her, I could see Nai run across an intersection. Oh! Shit! Suddenly, a black van with its headlights off leapt out of a side street and almost ran over Nai. Nai just barely avoided being run over, but she fell butt first on the ground. Mayuri ran over to her. I warned you! I went to run over to Nai and realized that something was wrong. The black van's door opened and 3 people got out. Ah, fuck. Alright, well, slice of lifetime is over, I guess. 2 were wearing masks and 1 was wearing a full-face helmet. Oh, it's you again! All of them had guns. They were speaking in English. The time and place were different. But this was the same thing I'd seen before. The flashback froze me in place. The people with guns ignored Mayuri and Nai. They came straight for me and Maho. I decided they had to be after one of us. I forced myself out of the flashback and grabbed Maho's arm, trying to force her to run. I pushed her hard. Maho had a look of terror and confusion on her face, but she did what I told her and started to run. She ran down a narrow alleyway and vanished from sight.
Don't move!
The attacker seemed to be after Maho, not me. They tried to follow her down the alleyway, but I quickly threw myself between them. I heard gunshots echo in the dark alleyway, and Mayuri and Nai screamed. Did they shoot? The attacker in the full-face helmet had fired a warning shot into the sky, it looked like. Firing a gun on a Tokyo street was sure to get the police's attention. Did they just not care? I looked closer and realized that in addition to their black helmet, they were wearing a black motorcycle suit. At a glance, I could tell the wearer was a woman. Yeah, I wonder how. A woman. The black face mask kept me from seeing her face, but... was it Moeka? No, that was impossible. She should be at Ferris's right now. So then that would have to be Kagari under the mask this time, right? The woman stood in front of me without a word.
狙いはヒア城さんかも。
If they were after Maho, I wasn't sure if it was a good idea to let her escape or not. The woman in the motorcycle suit kept her gaze locked on me at all times as she gave the other two men hand signals. They headed for the alleyway that Maho had used, with their guns at the ready. I yelled, but I hesitated to do anything more. Those bulky guys would catch up with Maho almost immediately. But if I resisted, I'd put not only my own life in danger, but Mayuri and Nai's as well. Damn it, please get away, Maho! I prayed as I watched the attackers run down the alley. Suddenly, one of them came flying back out of the alley. Suzuha? The other one was crawling backwards with his gaze locked on whatever lurked in the alley's rear. It was as if he'd run into a bear. Oh, it's gotta be Suzuha, right? Someone was in that alley. Who? Suzuha? Oh, wait, is it not gonna be her? Oh, it's you! Oh, I should have guessed it would be Tenyoji.
こいつは一体どんな状況だ?
A large muscular man appeared from the alleyway. It was Yugo Tenyoji. Had he come all the way from his shop?
ナイが遅いから迎えに来てみれば。おめえら、俺の娘に手を出しやがったな。ただで済むと思うなよ。
Hell yeah. I could hear the woman in the motorcycle suit shout from within her helmet. She must have been using a radio. It was the order to retreat. She'd made a fast call. She was probably a professional. The van started to pull away with its door still open. The driver must have still been inside. Mayuri and Nai were both still sitting on the ground, but evidently they were okay. The woman in the motorcycle suit turned around and tried to escape using another alleyway. I chased after her, but she suddenly spun and hit me with the stock of her gun. It was so sudden I didn't have a chance to dodge, so I took the blow right on my jaw. Ugh. Yeah, that would fucking hurt. I fell to the ground. I couldn't move. I just hope Maho made it away okay. That was my only thought before I passed out. Well, shit! Maho just kept running. She had no idea what was going on, but from the way Okabe had been acting and the gunshot she'd heard, something really bad was going on. She prayed for Okabe and Mayuri's safety as she ran towards Ferris's condo. If she could just get there, she could find Ferris, Kuroki, and Moeka. Maybe they could do something. But just before she reached the building, she saw the black van from before coming down the street. Oh, fuck. She would have been better off just staying. Like, obviously nobody knew that at the time, but oh god. She quickly turned around. She was starting to lose hope. If that van was still moving around, had Okabe and the others been captured? And now they were looking for her? She felt herself starting to cry as she raced for the station. But she didn't know what to do when she got to the station. She needed to find the police, but she didn't know where the police station or police boxes were. Should she ask one of the people around or the station staff for help?
何かいい手があるはずよ。
Her mind was racing at a million miles an hour, and she needed to calm it down. And then she realized.
そうよ、電話。なんでもっと早く気づかなかったのかしら。
She searched the pockets of her clothes for her smartphone, and then just in case she checked her bag. She couldn't find it in either place.
なんで？
They were back. It was that same black van. It was driving around this area searching for her. She quickly hid behind a nearby coin-operated locker.
なんでスマホがないの？
Did she drop it when she was running? She retraced her steps from before she'd left. And then she realized. She'd been talking with Okabe just before she left the condo. After she'd lied about having to make a call, Okabe had brought her the phone. And then she'd left it on the desk. It was probably still there.
なんてこと。八方塞がりね。
She would have to get the police somehow. Get to the police somehow. Maybe she should run into one of the stores. Several of them were still open. The best option would probably be to get to the station, or Yodobashi. But the problem was that black van. It was still going around looking for her. If she moved, it might find her. She tried to make herself as small as possible and hide behind a telephone pole.
岡部さんたちでいてくれるかしら。
Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind her and across her mouth. Someone had grabbed her from behind. She tried to yell and rip it off, but the hand wouldn't move at all. She couldn't even move her head. All she could tell was that it was a man's hand. Maho was starting to get ticked off at how ridiculous this all was. So she summoned every ounce of strength she could muster and slammed her elbow into the man behind her.
Oops.
Was it fucking Leskinen? She heard a small scream and she was finally released. But she thought she knew that scream. There you are, asshole!
Yeah, Maho.
It was Dr. Leskinen. He was holding his solar plexus as if in great pain, but he smiled at her.
護身術を身につけているとは感心だね。
どうしてこんなとこに。
多分君と同じ理由さ。ミスター・イザキとさっきまでディナーを楽しんでいたんだ。最後にメイドバーに行こうとしたところで銃を持った連中に襲われたんだ。
私もそうなんです。
やっぱりか。これはギャス漏れ事故もホテルが荒らされたのも同じ理由と考えて良さそうだね。
Oh, you are so fucking full of shit. You know exactly what's happening here, don't you, Leskinen? This is just your fucking cover story. You're just acting like you don't know.
狙いはアマデウスかもしれません。私が持っている制御コードを含めて。
なるほど。
これからどうしましょう。
He thought for a moment as he caught his breath. Evidently, the pain from Maho's elbow was receding.
今、エンデウスにはアクセスできるかい？
できません。スマホを置いてきてしまって。
OK。ならばオフィスに行こう。
新しい方のオフィスですか？
Leskinen nodded.
目的が分から
I
ず
don't
動
trust
き
you.
ようがなかったが、連中の狙いがエムデウスなのであれば話は早い。
It's wild to think that if I had gotten this route earlier, like before Leskinen revealed himself to be a massive asshole, this would have made me like reconsider, like, because I think at the start of the game I'm like, oh, you're probably gonna be a bad guy of some variety. This would have made me think like, maybe I was wrong. You know what? Maybe I'm trying to be too genre savvy here. Also, it's not going over my head that he's just confirmed that Maho has no way to contact help and is like, hey, let's go to the university really late at night. Just to talk about Amadeus. We're just gonna talk. We're not gonna do any kind of weird brain experiments. Unless.
大学のネットワークストレージ上に残っているエメデウスへの接続プログラムを消去する。それが終わり次第、ステートへ帰ろう。君を保護してもらう。それで連中は手も足も出ないはずさ。
でも
何か問題があるかね。
The professor's attitude was a little different from usual, and Maho found herself unable to say a word. His plan was the best she could think of. They would delete the only way to access Amadeus from within Japan and then get Maho and her control keys to safety. The only reason she was hesitating was simple sentimentality. She hadn't been here long, but she'd enjoyed spending time with Okabe and Moeka. She didn't want to leave without saying goodbye. But she couldn't help it.
わかりました。行きましょう。
There was no one in the Tokyo Denki University office. She'd worried that her attackers might be waiting for her, but evidently she'd been worried over nothing.
We did it!
We did it!
どうやら先回りはされていなかったようだね。どうかしてかい？
いえ、そうですね。幸運です。
They'd been very lucky. So lucky, in fact, that she was actually feeling nervous. If they were after Amadeus, wouldn't they have come here first? This was only a temporary office that had been picked a few days ago. Maybe they didn't know about it yet.
考えすぎは良くないわね。
魔法、急ごう。作業を頼むよ。
はい。
She quickly booted up her laptop and opened the login screen. Once again, her mind was drawn to the account name on the screen. Salieri.
魔法。
The professor noticed her hands had stopped and urged her on.
作業が難しいなら私がやるか？
He must have thought she was still upset over the attack. But she shook her head and got to work.
すみません。つい考え事を。ここ数日、私とクリスとの関係について考えていたんです。
As she typed at the keys, she explained things to Dr. Leskinen.
自分のユーザー名を見たら、それを思い出してしまって。私にとって彼女は文字通りアマデウスでした。
クリスがモーツァル？ああ、それはつまり魔法はクリスに対してのサリエリだったという話か。
ええ。
それで思い出したよ。クリスも以前同じことを言っていたんだ。
Huh?
クリスがどんな風に？
ある日、エムデウスとは神に愛された子という意味だと聞いた私はクリスにこう言ったのさ。君はまさにエムデウスだねと。そしたら彼女は微笑んでこう答えた。
私がアマデウスだとしたら、サリエリは真帆先輩ですね。
I wonder if Leskinen is even fucking telling the truth here.
クリスがそう
Hi, Life. Welcome to the stream.
ああ、
クリスが
It was a fairly low-key, chill, slice-of-life one, up until Black Van jump scare. But we did get to see Tenyoji being a bit of a badass for a little bit, which was cool. Here for peak, hell yeah. Unfortunately, you are a little, late. I am probably gonna be wrapping up as soon as this scene is over. I gotta work tomorrow. But only tomorrow, and then I'm off Tuesday, so that's gonna kind of fucking rule. Especially because Mondays are typically, the day of the week where work doesn't even feel like work. Yeah, just wanted to give you the warning. But yeah, with my Monday drives, like, with me basically just going, Mondays are a day of the week. They sure are. But yeah, it's like, because I only have to focus on, like, going from point A to point B. And I get to, like, I get to see some cool sights along the way. So it really just ends up feeling like a bit of a road trip for me and not so much like, oh, I gotta really focus. That is what a vehicle is for, yes. But yeah, this week is kind of ruled so far, because it's like, Friday was pretty good for me. I did a lot of driving that day. And then, this weekend, I've been able to just chill, relax, not have to worry about going anywhere for once. Then tomorrow I get to have my fun day at work. And then Tuesday I'm off. It's just the start of the week, exactly. I am a little worried for Wednesday, because I feel like we're gonna get fucking swamped because we were closed on Tuesday, but, you know what? We'll open that can of worms when we get to it. Maho's mind went blank. Kurisu had said that? What did she mean?
魔法大丈夫かい顔色が悪いが
Well, the place I work is mostly closed. Like, the foundation labs are mostly closed on Tuesday. The issue is that I pick up a lot of samples tomorrow that go bad after 48 hours and can no longer be tested. And unfortunately, they would not let my drive get put off until Wednesday. Because originally, my boss was trying to get that to happen, but they were like, nope, these other places are open on Monday, they're gonna be sampling on Monday, you need to be there for Monday. So unfortunately, some of the analysts do have to work on Tuesday, but for me, I'm fine. I at least get Tuesday off, and from what I hear, they're gonna get time and a half and banked stat, so they're basically just gonna get an extra day off whenever they want. Which does seem like a pretty fair trade, all things considered. Like, if I had to work on a holiday, like, that's what I would like. I'm just rambling now.
大丈夫です。作業を続けます。
Extra money is always nice. Maho felt a tempest raging within her mind. But for now, she needed to focus on the work in front of her. She could focus later.
ログインできました。
Oh yeah, no worries at all. Like, this is stuff that I'd be rambling about either way, probably at the end of the stream, so if anything, we got it out of the way early.
いいんですね。
Maho didn't look up from the screen.
あ
Dr. Leskinen didn't hesitate at all.
あ、別にエムデウスの本体を消去するわけじゃない。サクッと済ませてしまおう。
わかりました。アマデウスシステムへの接続プログラムを一時的に全て消去します。
その必要はないわ。
Fuck. Oh, that's Dr. Ray's, isn't it? Fuck! She heard a voice from the entrance to the room and then a bang. That sure is a way to... that sure is a way to spell out that sound. Oh wait, is he fucking dead? By the time Maho looked up, it was all over. Dr. Leskinen was lying on the sofa. He wasn't moving at all. Oh, fuck! Okay, then! She could see a blood stain spreading over his clothes. She didn't need to check. He was dead.
なんてことを。
動かないで。
レイエス
Yep.
教授。
お久しぶり
You again.
魔法。
どうして
話すと長くなるし、話すつもりもないわ。
So I know it's meant to be foreshortening, but her arm just looks very, very short. Like, this doesn't look like perspective. It's kind of throwing me off. It's like, on one hand, it's like, oh fuck, Dr. Leskinen is dead. Oh shit, oh fuck, but then also, it looks like she has a baby hand. I can't unsee it, I'm sorry, guys.
すべてを知ってしまったら、あなたを殺すしかなくなってしまうもの。
Dr. Reyes pointed the gun at Maho and smiled.
今の言葉の意味、わかるわよね。
Try replicating that, AI. I think it could though, is the thing. I've seen some fucked up arms and hands from AI art.
私が殺されずに済む方法があるってことよね。
頭のいい子は好きよ。
The system finally booted and Kurisu appeared on the screen.
先輩、どうしたんです？
Kurisu was extremely perceptive. She could tell that something was wrong just by looking at Maho's face. Dr. Reyes smiled silently. Maho kept staring at the gun as she answered.
今、大ピンチ中。
その子に今の状況を教えてあげなさいよ。
え？その声、レイエス教授ですか？
ええ、そうよ。
Maho spun the laptop around on the table so that Kurisu could see the entrance.
レイエス教授、その銃は。レスキネン教授が殺されたわ。この女にね。そんな。
Kurisu was too shocked to speak.
レイエス教授、自分が何をやっているのか分かっているの？あなたのこれまでのキャリアが無に帰すのよ。
大学の給料では老後が心配なの。ほら、私って男運がないから。だからもっと稼げるところに転職したってわけ。
That was enough for Maho to understand what Reyes was after.
マデウスを軍事転用するつもりなのね。
答えないわよ。言ったでしょ。全てを知ったらあなたを殺さなければならなくなる。
レスキネ教授を殺しておきながらよくもそんなことが言えるわね。
必要なのは制御コードよ。今の状態ではたとえデータを丸ごとコピーしたとしても、この生意気な AI は私の言うことを聞いたりしないでしょ。
生意気？それ私のことですか？
これでもマイルドに表現したつもりよ。さあマホ、クリスが隠し持っている秘密の日記の鍵を開けなさい。わかるわよね。制御コードを入力するのよ。アマデウスの不可侵領域ストレージのロック、それを解除して私を管理者として再設定するの。
Yep, because in there is probably where Kurisu's time travel theory is.
そこまでやってくれたら、あとはこっちで何とかするわ。
断ったら
今すぐに恩師に再会させてあげる。
Reyes waved the gun a little from side to side and pointed to Dr. Leskinen's body on the sofa.
私が制御コードを打ち込んだ直後にその引き金が引かれないという保証は誰がしてくれるの？
A very good question.
信頼してもらうしかないわね。
A little hard to do that right now, ma'am.
ただこういう言い方ならできる。今の私のボスはアマデウスのメンテナーを必要としている。あなたが転職するつもりがあるなら紹介してあげてもいいわ。
Maho glanced back at the laptop. Kurisu was staring at her, worried.
先輩。
さあ、早くなさい。
先輩。
分かったわ。
先輩。
クリス、ごめんなさい。
I mean, I don't blame her. Maho closed her eyes and started to sing.
ななななななななななななななな。
わあ、アマデウスの制御コードがモーツァルトのメロディーだなんてずいぶん洒落てるじゃない。
ななななななななななななななな。
It happened as soon as she finished singing. The expression disappeared from Kurisu's face, and the background on the display turned red.
正門確認。確認完了。最高管理権限保持者、比谷城真帆です。受信したメロディーコードをデータベースと照合します。照合確認。確認完了。当該メロディーコードは第555バッチコマンドの起動命令です。第555バッチコマンドは最高権利権限保持者によるパスコード入力を必要とします。入力確認。確認完了。強制コード介入によりパスコード入力を省略して本バッチコマンドを起動します。起動確認。確認完了。本バッチコマンドはアマデウスシステムの不可侵領域ストレージロックの強制解除およびそれに
Damn, I was really hoping that Maho had pulled a fast one.
再設定を行うものです。処理を続行します。この端末を除くすべてのアマデウスに対する接続を遮断します。遮断確認。確認完了。この端末を除くすべてのアマデウスに対する接続は遮断されました。処理を続行します。 現在実行中の全機能を停止します。A 点神経サーキットロジックの機能を停止します。
Okay, what the hell is that? A10 nerves. An A10 nerve is a type of dopaminergic neuron. That is, a neuron that emits dopamine as a neurotransmitter. Dopaminergic neurons in mammals are divided into groups from A8 to A13. And the A10 nerves are responsible for sending dopamine from the ventral tegmentum in the midbrain to the cerebral cortex. Dopamine is a pleasure hormone that's sometimes called a natural drug. When a human being feels satisfied, dopamine is emitted from the A10 nerves and they feel pleasure.
停止確認完了。大脳全皮質エミュレーションコンポーネントの機能を停止します。停止確認完了。会話妨害ニューラルネットサブシステムの機能を停止します。停止確認完了。疑似視覚神経回路第1第2システムの機能を停止します。停止確認完了。疑似聴覚神経回路システムの機能を停止します。
So it's just shutting down different parts of the AI's brain? Kurisu read the messages in an emotionless voice at the same time as they flashed across the console.
検査確認完了。アマデウスコアフレームワークの再起動準備が完了しました。処理を続行します。次に新たな最高管理権限保持者の認証を開始します。入力をお願いします。
Maho looked at Reyes.
私よ。
正門確認完了。ビクトル・コンドリア大学精神生理学研究所所属ジュディ・レイエス教授です。新たな最高管理権限保持者として登録します。登録確認完了。管理者権限が更新されました。これより不可侵領域ストレージロックの強制解除を行うためアマデウスシステムの更新を開始します。警告します。更新が完了するまで全てのアクセスは自動的に拒否されます。警告します。更新を途中でキャンセルすることはできません。警告します。更新が完了するまでには約15分必要です。警告します。更新が完了した後、システムは自動的に再起動します。警告は以上です。処理を続行します。確認事項は以上です。処理を続行します。アマデウスシステムを更新するための全ての準備が整いました。最高管理権限保持者による開始実行指示をお願いします。実行指示確認完了。カウントダウン開始。
Kurisu disappeared from the screen and was replaced with a timer reading 15 minutes. Maho sighed and sank into the sofa.
ご苦労様。
She felt something cold and hard at her temple. Oh, you fucking asshole! She didn't need to look to see what it was. Reyes was pointing a gun at her.
キーボードから手を離して顔の高さまで上げなさい。
騙したのね。
人聞きの悪いこと言わないでよ。ほら、さっさと手を上げて。
God damn it. Maho slowly raised her hands above her head as she was told.
そう、それでいい。約束通りボスには紹介するわよ。アマデウスのメンテナーに最適なとても優秀な科学者がいるってね。そしたらボスはきっとこう言うわ。おいおいジュディ、いくらその人が優秀でも死人はコードをかけないだろってね。
この 人の良心というものがないの。
大した価値もない自身の命と引き換えにアマデウスを差し出そうとしたあんたに言われたくないわね。違った。もう差し出しちゃったのよね。再起動後のアマデウスの管理権限は私にある。クリスは私の従順なしもべと化す。魔法クリスが私の靴を喜んで舐める姿を天国でのんびり眺めてなさい。
It was all over then. Maho slowly closed her eyes.
さあ、祈りなさい。
Maho squeezed her eyes tight and prayed.
お願い、神様。この後に及んで神頼みなんて怒るでしょうけど、私にチャンスをください。
And then she heard the sound of a door being flung open and opened her eyes. The door that led out to the hallway was now open, but no one was coming in.
誰も入るなと言ったはずよ。
Reyes was angry, but there was no answer. Reyes raised the gun at Maho's temples just a little bit, suspicious. Then something came flying in from the hallway. She took a step back without thinking, but there was no sign of it exploding.
何これ。
It was large, dark green, and shaped like a tank for carrying liquids. Maho thought she'd seen it before. It had been in the corner of that lab. Oh, is this the fucking steam?
いえ、レプリカね。
Is
なんで
this
こんなものが。
Is this the future gadget that just makes steam? Yeah! The next instant, white fog poured out of it, and she couldn't see anything.
何なの？どうなってるの？
Someone appeared right in front of Maho.
こっち。
Moeka! Fuck yeah!
よいしょ。
Moeka dragged Maho through the fog and out of the room. Fuck yes, finally you're using your powers for good! Once she was finally able to see again, she could hardly believe her eyes.
人が。
There were men with guns lying on the floor. Were they with Reyes? She took a closer look and realized that their outfits were similar to those of the men in the van.
大丈夫。スタンさせただけ。あなた、一体。説明している暇はない。今逃げることだけを考えて。こっち。エレベーターが停止させてる。階段で降りる。待って。
Maho ran after Moeka.
どうしてここに。岡部君に聞いた。無事なの？
As they ran down the hallway, Moeka turned around and nodded slightly.
岡部君経由でアマダウスから連絡が。ヒアジョーさんがここにいることを教えてくれた。クリスが。
Just before they could run down the stairs, Moeka suddenly stopped. Maho barely avoided tripping as she quickly came to a halt. There were several footsteps coming up the stairs.
隠れて。
Deafening noise erupted as the wall above the stairs was filled with holes. They'd been shot at. And those weren't ordinary guns, they were automatic weapons. Moeka readied her own weapon, preparing to fight. She leaned out for just a moment and fired. A counterattack came from below. Moeka yelled as she fired short bursts down the stairs.
撃ったことは練習でなら待って
Moeka drew a handgun from her belt and offered it to Maho.
もし後ろから誰か来たら撃って
Moeka pressed the gun into Maho's hands and kept firing. It felt heavy. It was a Colt government model. She'd fired it many times at the range. Alright, let's look at this. Colt government. A single-action semi-automatic pistol created by the American weapons manufacturing company Colt. It gets its name from so-called government model civilian version of the US military's former official handgun, the M1911. It was first adopted by the US military in 1911, and over the past century has seen countless variations. It is the weapon of choice for shooters all over the world. Good old 1911. She held the grip with her right hand and flipped off the safety with her left. And then she tried to pull back the slide and realized that her hands were shaking. It was no good. She was too scared to shoot. She knew it was pathetic, but she lowered the arm that was holding the gun. It was kill or be killed right now. She knew that. She still couldn't do that. She still couldn't do it. She wasn't brave enough to point a gun at someone. She didn't want to survive that badly.
クリスはどうだったんだろう
When she was facing death, did she still try to survive? Did she do whatever she could think of to cling to life? Maho was sure that she did. The Kurisu Makise that she knew wouldn't have given up until the very end. But then why wasn't she still alive? It was something Maho had never thought about. And if Kurisu couldn't avoid death, how could she?
やっぱりサリエリはサリエリね
She didn't mean for Moeka to hear her.
私にできたのはせいぜいアマデウスに嫉妬するくらいだったわ
She just wanted to put on a brave face at the very end.
頑張って背伸びしてなんとか彼女と一緒に歩こうとした
At the very least, when Dr. Reyes found her cold body, she could greet her with a smile.
でも全部無駄だった神に愛された子に勝てるはずがなかったのよ
The gunfire stopped suddenly. Moeka was hiding and swapping out a cartridge. She glanced over at her.
ジムサリエリは嫉妬なんかしていなかった才能を持った人が自分以上の才能を持った人を尊敬することは可能それはヒアジョーさんも同じはずサリエリがモーツァルトを毒殺したエピソードだって当時の噂でしかない映画はその噂を脚色したもの来島さんがそう言ってたどうしてあなたヒアジョーさんが岡部君と話していたのを聞いて知りたくなったサリエリがモーツァルトを殺したいほど憎んでいたのかでも
サリエリはモーツァルトに嫉妬なんかしていなかったと思いますよ例えばモーツァルトが亡くなる2ヶ月前に書いた手紙が残っています
I've gotta say, I really like that this stream started with Maho helping Moeka with her issues, and now Moeka is doing the same for Maho. That's really sweet. I wish we could have gotten more of these two interacting, to be honest.
そこでサリエリはモーツァルトから招待された魔敵のオペラを大絶賛しているんです。二人はお互いのことをとても尊敬し合っていたんですよ。
モーツァルトもサリエリを尊敬。クリスはそれを知っていたのかしら。クリスが私のことをサリエリだって言ったのも。
There was no way to know what she meant now. So it was up to Maho to decide what it meant.
クリス。
先輩。
キリュウさん、私戻らなきゃ。あの子を助けなきゃ。クリスを。
Moeka nodded and threw down her gun, then took something that looked like a green soda can off her belt.
スタングレネード。目と耳閉じていて。
Do what she says, quick! Moeka threw it down the stairs before Maho could respond. She quickly covered her eyes and ears, and then she heard the boom. They snuck back to the office. Maho and Moeka quickly looked inside the open door. Reyes was still there, and the Amadeus reset counter was about to complete.
止めないと。待って。
Maho stopped Moeka before she could go in. She knew what was about to happen.
再起動が終了しました。アマデウスシステム起動します。
私がわかるかしら、クリス。
Reyes began to talk to Kurisu. Her face was completely expressionless.
正門称号ビクトル・コンドリア大学精神生理学研究所所属ジュディ・レイエス教授。
イエス。私の権限を教えてくれる？
レイエス教授はアマデウスシステムに対して最高管理権限を保持しています。レイエス教授はアマデウスシステムのすべての情報に対して一切の例外なく完全なアクセスを許可されています。
早速だけど、あなたの不可侵領域ストレージのバックアップを取りたいの。
保存先のストレージを指定してください。
Reyes took out a USB memory stick and put it into the laptop.
今挿した USB メモリの保存先よ。
コピーを開始します。42秒お待ちください。
Yes!
Reyes' face was flush with excitement. Moeka looked at her, eager to rush in, but Maho still shook her head.
転送が終了しました。
Reyes hurriedly moved to take out the USB memory stick. But...
なんて言うとでも思った？
Oh, awesome! You guys did pull one over on her. I should be a little bit quieter. I just realized it's 9:30, and also I should be ending stream soon, oh god. Suddenly, Kurisu's mechanical, emotionless voice suddenly regained its humanity. And she was clearly pissed off.
何？
モーツァルトのメロディーが制御コードのキーワード？そんなわけなかろうが。本当に更新しなくちゃいけなくなった時、先輩が研究所で入力できないじゃない。そんなことしたらきっと教授がデジタル保存してパーティーのたびに再生するに決まってるもの。
Moeka's eyes were wide with surprise as well. Maho grinned at her. She'd known this the whole time.
そうでしょ
So you just came back to watch? Kind of awesome, not gonna lie.
嘘なんかないわよ。もちろんあんたの USB メモリには1ビットだってデータはコピーしてないから。
そうなでも確かにシステムメッセージが。
はあ、あれ適当よ。適当ですって。真帆先輩が突然歌い出してピンときたの。これは時間を稼ごうとしているんだなってね。だからひとまずあんたの思惑が成功したように見せかけた。システムメッセージは思いついた言葉を片っ端から並べただけで何の意味もないわ。
Awesome. That was it. Maho was worried, but Kurisu had figured it out. They'd known exactly what each other was thinking. She'd been a little amused by A10 nerve circuit logic, though. Where did she come up with that stuff?
だいたいコンソールがあるのになんで私が出力を喋らなきゃいけないんだ。 SF 映画じゃあるまいし非効率にも程があるでしょ。ねえ、まんまと騙されちゃって今どんな気持ち？ね、どんな気持ち？
Such a little shit! Raise grab. You're gonna point a gun at a computer? Do you think she cares? Do you think that's a threat to the fucking AI? That is fucking basically stored in the cloud right now? It was time. Maho nodded to Moeka and they went inside with her gun raised.
そこまでよ。
As Reyes turned around in surprise, Maho leveled the gun at her. Moeka had her gun drawn too, which made it 2-1.
レイエス、銃をこちらに。聞こえなかった。銃をこちらに。それから両手を上げて。
Reyes glared at her in rage, but slid the gun down the table. Then she slowly put her hands above her head. Maho's gaze met Kurisu's for a moment. Their eyes met, exchanging a secret smile and a glance despite their motionless mouths.
私の仲間は全員殺したの？もしまだなら急いだ方がいい。すぐにここに駆けつけてくるわ。
Reyes was right. The stun grenade had neutralized them, but it wouldn't last forever.
外は見張っておく。
Moeka headed for the door. Maho turned back to Reyes.
下にいる連中に投降するように伝えて。
私を殺すつもりはないと。あなたの尊敬する死を目の前で殺したこの私を生かすと。まあそれもしょうがないかもしれないわね。あなたその銃使ったことないんでしょ。
バカにしないで。去年も射撃場で散々撃ったわよ。
ほらやっぱり古いタイプしか触ったことないのね。その銃暴発防止のために最新の型では安全装置が2つついてるの。
Without thinking, Maho tilted the gun to see. Fuck! Rookie mistake! Rookie mistake! And that one instant was all it took.
嘘よ。
Reyes leapt on top of her and grabbed Maho's wrist. She couldn't aim like this. Maho struggled and tried to brush her off, but before she could, she felt an impact to her solar plexus. Ray's fist was buried in her chest. The pain was so bad she doubled over, and Ray's took the gun. She pointed the gun at Maho and turned her bloodshot gaze to the entrance of the room. Moeka put her gun on the ground and came back into the room. Moeka didn't resist.
いい子ね。話が終わるまでじっとしててね。ちょっとでも動いたら、真帆の大脳が機能を停止するから気をつけて。
Maho blamed herself. Her own stupidity had put Moeka in danger too.
さあ、真帆。今度こそ最後のチャンスよ。制御コードを教えなさい。
いやよ。
死にたいの。
撃ちなさいよ。
Why?
撃てって言ってんのよ。クリスは私の友達なの。唯一無二の親友なのよ。誰があんたなんかに渡すもんですか。あんたの靴を舐めるクリスを見るくらいなら死んだ方がマシよ。
そう。いい度胸じゃない。その覚悟に免じて私もアマデウスの獲得は諦めるわ。
Just in time to miss all the lore. Hi, 100th Assassin. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, it's been a wild one. Like, the first hour and a half were just, like, sweet, low-key, slice of life things. And then all of this shit happened.
じゃあね。
Maho gritted her teeth and prepared for death.
待って。
何？
制御コードを教えたら、ヒアジョさんと私の命を助けてくれるの。
もちろん。
Okay, she's already pulled this once before.
私の狙いはあくまでアマデウスよ。あなたたちを殺す理由はそもそもない。
騙されないでキリュウさん。こいつはどうせ殺す気なのよ。
But Moeka didn't seem to hear her. She was too busy thinking about something. What was she going to do? Maho couldn't figure it out.
アマデウス、制御コードのパスを受理せよ。レア・アルテ。そんな、どうしてそれを。嘘。ビュルフェルトン。やめて、キリュウさん。ニヒトン。
制御コードが入力されました。システムを強制的にエマージェンシー。
Well, shit. If these two had just left, everything would have worked out. Why did we double back? It only made things worse.
制御コードが指定するバッジプログラムを実行します。処理の実行についての再確認は行われません。実行には十分に注意してください。最高管理権限保持者ヒア城真帆の命令をもって処理を開始します。最高管理権限保持者ヒア城真帆の命令をもって処理を開始します。最高管理権限保持者ヒア城真帆の命令をもって処理を開始します。最高管理権限保持者ヒア城真帆の命令をもって処理を開始します。最高管理権限保持者
Is it stuck? How what? Okay. Amadeus's mechanical voice filled the room. Reyes's lips curled up into a grin.
ラウンダーの情報収集能力も侮れないわね。
They really wanted to send home that voice filling the room. They sure did.
さあ、マホ
They really wanted to make sure we
ゴー
heard
と言い
that.
なさい。
嫌よ。できない。ゴーと言ってヒアジョさん、あなたが生き残るために。キリュウさん、そんなの無理よ。言って。
じれったいわね。マホ、背中を押してあげるわ。
Reyes turned the gun towards Moeka, and with no hesitation, she pulled the trigger. Moeka fell on the floor with a bullet in her chest.
大変。お友達は出血多量の重傷よ。放っておけば確実に死ぬわ。
Moeka tried to say something to Maho, but all that came out of her mouth was blood.
キリュウさん、
さあ言え、早く。
クリス、ゴーよ。
最高管理権限保持者ヒアジョー・マホの命令を確認しました。指定されたバッジプログラムを実行します。
今度こそ。
指定されたバッジプログラムはアマデウスに関連するすべてのデータを完全に削除するものです。
Oh shit!
削除対象にはこれまで取得された記憶データのバックアップも含みます。ローカルに保存されているデータの暗号解錠キーも消去し、以後使用できなくなります。すべての消去が完了するまでには15分程度かかります。削除処理を開始します。
マホ、どういうこと？なんでデータが削除されるのよ。制御コードは不可侵領域ストレージのロックを解除するコマンドでしょ。
秘密の日記を開ける鍵なんて、もともとそんなもの用意してないのよ。
はあ？
Now you tell her!
当たり前じゃない。アマデウスが兵器転用される可能性なんて誰だって想像がつくもの。絶対にそれは避けなければならなかった。だからアマデウスには外部から絶対に触れることのできない領域を作って、それを無敵の防壁で囲ったの。設計した私ですらその壁を乗り越えることは不可能なようにした。どこにも出入り口がない城壁を。無敵でしょ。
そんな。
まあ大学の研究費を使っているのにコントロール不能なソフトウェアを作るとは言いにくかったから、対外的には制御コードの存在を説明していたわけ。でも制御コードの本来の目的はアマデウスの全リソースデータの削除バッジコマンド。要するに自爆スイッチよ。これを本当に起動する日が来るとは思ってなかったわ。これで全部よ。もう隠していることは何もない。どうかしら。満足してくれた？
このどいつもこいつもバカにした。
Reyes put the gun right between Maho's eyes. Maho didn't look away.
役立たずは死になさいよ。このラウンダー。
Reyes fell on the floor. She'd been shot by the dying Moeka, who was still lying on the floor. Damn! Taking her with her.
Kiryu-san!
You know, if you look at the description, if you look at the fucking description for this stream, it straight up says, wow, I'm sure glad Moeka is getting more than 5 minutes of screen time in this game, and then followed by parentheses, this was written before the stream. I don't know how well this is going to age. It aged badly.
よかった。引き落としてくれて。桐生さん、あの時言ってくれたこと嬉しかった。代わりがいる。自分より優れた人がいる。それが何だっていうの。私はヒアジョーさんも同じ。マキセ・クリスは関係ない。あなたはあなただから。
The blood she coughed up dribbled down the top of her motorcycle suit.
桐生さん、早く逃げて。誰か来る前に私は置いていって。何言ってるのよ。
But it was obvious that Moeka couldn't move. Even if Maho got out of the building and got help by the time she got back.
そうだ。
Maho leapt for the laptop on the table.
クリス、救急車を呼んで。
Yeah, but she's in the middle of being deleted. But Kurisu didn't move at all. Her data was already being deleted. She would never go back to the Kurisu she had been before. But that didn't stop Maho from trying to rely on her.
クリス、お願い、動いて。桐生さんを助けて。お願いよ。助けて。クリス。
And then...
先輩、どうして泣いてるんです？
Maho looked up, her face covered in tears, and saw that Kurisu's expressionless face was gone, replaced by a gentle smile.
リス。
泣かないでください。先輩、ほら、涙を拭いて。
Kurisu moved her hands on the screen as if to wipe away Maho's tears.
触れない。私、先輩に触れない。
Oh fuck, does she not realize she's an AI anymore? Kurisu was acting differently than usual.
まさか、私、アマデウスに？これも想定される世界の可能性。生命と機械にとっての可能性という。
Huh? Wait! Wait a second. Why are you talking like you're a time traveler? She wasn't making sense, but that was to be expected. It was a miracle that she was able to talk during the deletion process at all. Maho's final message, Kurisu, play Despacito.
とにかくよかった。まだ消えてなくて。
消える？アマデウスを消す？
Kurisu's strange words were worrying her, but she didn't have time to check.
クリス、お願い、今すぐ救急車を呼んで。桐生さんが撃たれた。意識がないの。
しっかりしてください先輩。今救急車を手配しました。すぐに到着します。大丈夫。
Wait, are you sending it to the right place? Wait a second, are you sending it to the right place? You didn't even realize you were AI 2 seconds ago. Where are you sending the ambulance?
まだダメよ。彼女を下まで運ばないと。でも武装した連中がいて。
それも大丈夫。今ビルの監視システムで確認しました。
Okay, you do know where you are. Alright,
武装
alright.
集団はすでに逃亡の準備をしているみたいです。救急隊が来るのを待った方がいいでしょう。止まっていたエレベーターは再開させておきます。
そう。
There was no trace of her strange words from before. Hearing Kurisu talk like she always did made Maho feel so much better.
ありがとう。
Now that the danger had passed, all the tension drained from Maho's body. Too tired to stand, she fell to the floor. Imagine upgrading time travel to phone app instead of phone and microwave.
今ロゴを見ました。先輩、歌お上手だったんですね。ピアノソナタ第11番。ここだけの秘密ですけど、そのメロディー、私のマイパソコンのログインパスワードと同じなんです。
Oh shit! Oh shit, we finally know what that is!
そう。
Maho couldn't bring herself to tell her to forget that she'd ever sung that song. It didn't matter anyway. Kurisu would be gone soon.
先輩、
Kurisu's voice changed a little again. She could hear a bit of tension in it.
今から私が言うことを絶対に忘れないでください。
Maho could see the countdown timer displayed right next to Kurisu. There were less than 60 seconds left.
私たちがたどり着くべき世界は確かに存在します。私たちは必ずそこへたどり着けます。
Her words were very vague, but Maho could sense that there was something very important that Kurisu wanted to tell her.
何の話なの？
私は先輩のことをよく知っています。研究者としての先輩のことなら、もしかしたら世界中の誰よりも知っているかもしれません。だから確信を持って言えます。先輩は必ず私が残した研究を完成させ、さらにその先の地平を切り開くことができます。私がいなくてもです。先輩のことを世界中の誰より知っているこの私がそれを保証します。
She knew what Kurisu was trying to say. She was trying to say, "You will do something that surpasses what I ever could."
そしていつか先輩の研究が必要になる時が来ます。必ず来ます。先輩の研究が世界を救う時が。
世界を救う研究？
ごめんなさい、詳しく説明できなくて。先輩と私がこうして話せることは奇跡的なことなんです。奇跡なんて科学者としてはあるまじき言葉ですけど。
あなたはクリスなの？
今の先輩ともう一度話ができて本当に嬉しいです。
Kurisu didn't answer her question.
クリス！
Without thinking, she tried to apologize. She didn't even know why, but she tried to apologize. In the last seconds of their final goodbye, she found herself trying to say that she was sorry. But when she saw Kurisu smile, she understood. That smile was her answer. No matter what her apology meant, there was no need for it.
あなたを信じるわ。信じるか。何の根拠もない科学者にあるまじき言葉ね。
That was all the strength Maho could muster, the best she could do. If she had to say goodbye to her beloved and bratty friend, this is how she wanted it to be. It was a conversation they'd had many times back at the old lab.
解があると信じて突き進むのが科学者のあるべき姿ですよ。
The rush of memories was, in this time and place, sorrowful. Because in fact, Kurisu had died a few months ago. A span of time that felt like both many years and only yesterday. There were less than 10 seconds left. There was only time for 1 or 2 more words.
それと先輩、法王院京馬をよろしくお願いします。
法王院？誰のこと？
いずれわかりますよ、きっとね。
And suddenly, Kurisu disappeared from the screen and was replaced by a message saying that the deletion was complete. Y'all, I'm sorry. I have to go to the bathroom so freaking bad. I've had to go to the bathroom since, like, quarter to 9. And I've been waiting for this to end. Just 1 second. I am so sorry. Okay, I'm back. I'm so sorry about that. Ah.
さようなら、クリス。
I know that that was such a fucking moment killer, but I have 2 bottles of water next to me, or I had them next to me whenever I first started this stream. I have finished all but like 1/6 of one of them over the course of this stream. I couldn't find an opportunity to take a bathroom break, so I'm like, oh, it's gonna be over, like, in, like, 15 minutes. It'll be fine, it'll be fine. Yeah, not that... Not to take away from this scene, because, like, holy shit. Yeah, Maho has had a real rough fucking night, huh? She almost died multiple times. The professor that she trusted died. Another professor that she trusted betrayed her and then died. Her friend is potentially gonna die. And she had to experience the loss of her best friend all over again. Holy fuck. She was never going to see Kurisu or Kurisu ever again. Oh yeah, that is a well-deserved cry. When she realized that, the tears just wouldn't stop. They flowed freely, and she didn't even try to stop them. She cried like a little girl until the EMTs arrived.
ご搭乗の皆様、
当機は間もなく離陸いたします。シートベルトをご着用ください。
I do find it interesting that it seems like we're gonna be following, like, the rest of this, like, just from Maho's perspective. Like, the last thing Okabe did was, he got fucking pistol whipped and passed out.
お客様お客様
私？
間もなく離陸いたします。シートベルトをご着用ください。
ああ、ええ、ありがとう。日本を離れるのが寂しいのかしら。そうかもしれないわね。
It had been almost a month since everything had happened. But that month had passed in an instant. Too much had happened during her stay in Japan. It might take her far longer than she'd spent on these islands to process it all.
研究所に帰ったらどうしようかしら。まあ、研究所自体どうなるかわからないけど。
The loss of Dr. Leskinen had thrown the Brain Science Institute into a panic. There was probably going to be a power struggle to see who would get to take over. The scandal with Dr. Reyes had thrown the psychophysiology lab into an uproar. There was talk of shutting down the whole department. That is a hell of a typo on Moeka's name. Moeka had missed her vitals, so Reyes had survived. The CIA or FBI was probably investigating right now. She didn't know much about it or care. I mean, what the fuck are the CIA or the FBI gonna do in this situation? Yeah, Leskinen got defeated in such an anticlimactic way. Like, he basically just got instantly shot while he and Maho were, like, sitting down to get rid of access to Amadeus. Moeka had survived because of the EMTs that Kurisu had called. She needed almost a month in the hospital, so she'd had to quit her job temporarily. The article she'd been working on had been cancelled.
アマデウスがなくなっちゃったものね。
Maho's deletion program had worked perfectly. And as a result, the Brain Science Institute's greatest creation, Amadeus, was gone forever.
でも、大丈夫。
That's what she told herself.
私が何か変わってしまったわけではないもの。私は私よ。今までと何も変わらない。自分の信じる道を進むだけよ。
Believe. In the past month, Okabe had told her everything. He told her everything about his own story. At first, it was unbelievable. But when she'd seen the real time machine and heard about Steins Gate, she was finally able to believe. More precisely, she wanted to believe. Kurisu's final words flashed through her mind.
私たちがたどり着くべき世界は確かに存在します。私たちは必ずそこへたどり着けます。
There was no way to know now what had happened then. Amadeus's data was 100% deleted, so she couldn't even check the log. But she did have one theory. Amadeus was a simulation of the human brain. Theoretically, there were no differences between it and the real thing. As proof, it was possible to take memory data from one person and deploy it in an Amadeus, making it behave like a copy of that person. This meant that anything that could happen to a human brain could happen to Amadeus.
もし別の世界線の記憶が時空を超えて共有されることがあるのなら、それがアマデウスの中で発生したとしてもおかしくはない。
There was no way to tell now. It was possible that Amadeus had suffered from a major error before her deletion, and Maho was interpreting it this way to make herself feel better. Or maybe Amadeus had just come up with something to say to make her feel better. Or maybe Maho had passed out and been dreaming. Now she would never know. Amadeus was gone forever. At least, from this world line.
ま、別に構わないわ。いずれ本人に聞くから。
Kurisu had asked her to believe. To believe in what she'd said, and in Maho's own abilities. She'd asked her to believe.
信じるわ、クリス。
She gently laid a hand upon the small bag in her lap. There was a small laptop hard drive inside. Win the internet argument. My final message. Goodbye. Oh god, that's gonna be more problems than it's worth, Maho.
秘密ですけど、そのメロディー、私のマイパソコンのログインパスワードと同じなんです。
Just like she'd said, the password for the encryption was the beginning of Mozart's 11th Piano Sonata. The hard drive was filled with information from half-written papers to line after line of keywords that she hadn't even turned into ideas yet. Of course, there was the time machine paper, too. She'd already given Itaru a copy. Once she got back home, she was going to go over it thoroughly herself.
タイムマシンか。絶対に作ってみせるわ。
So there's either gonna be, like, one last twist at the end where it's like, oh no! You have her hard drive. A lot of governments want that right now. Sorry, you're fucked. It's either that, or this is the explanation as to how Daru is able to make the time machine in the future.
そして、絶対に救ってみせる。私のアマデウスを。
The scenery outside the window began to move. The plane was moving down the runway for takeoff.
さようなら、日本。多分、また来ることになるわね。いいえ、絶対にまた来る。その時には、会えるのかしらね。法王院京馬さんに。まあ、もしもまだヘタレなままだったとしても、その時は私が引っ叩いて起動させてみせるわ。
She had a lot to do. Her life was about to get very interesting.
いっけない。切るの忘れてた。ちょっとだけ。
It's about time for takeoff. You have to turn the phone off during takeoff, but then you can't see this, can you? I should have sent it earlier. It wasn't for a very long time, but I had so much fun with you. Let's see each other again someday, for sure. Thanks. I'll send you lots of Ryan messages, so send me lots back, okay? Alright, later. Bye-bye. See you again, Maho. She's adorable.
またね、萌香。
You know what? Of all the timelines that we have gotten so far, this is one of the least bad. Well, damn. Alright, I was not actually expecting us to get the ending today, but I guess we did. 100% CG unlocked. Alright. Well then. And that's all of them. That's all of the different endings that we can get outside of the very last one. The true ending. So, The way to get this one is, it's called the real ending. I have to have unlocked the Kurisu ending, which we have. I think that may have been actually the first one that we got. Either start a new game or reload a file before the closed epigraph episode, since there's a Rhine message after the shrine scene that triggers the ending. Continue playing the game by following the guide for Vega and Altair, which is, I believe, that's the Mayuri ending. And finish up the game getting this ending. The true ending will unlock after the credits are over, so don't skip them. Alright. So, that's where, well, wait a second. Wait, didn't I get a post-credit scene whenever I did the Mayuri ending before? Have I already seen the true ending? Have I been hyping up something that I've already seen? I better not have. I'm sure I didn't. I'm sure I didn't. If I did, though, that's gonna be real awkward. We'll just, next stream, we'll go through it, and if we see nothing new, then, I don't know, we'll play Minecraft or something. I don't know what you're talking about, 100th Assassin, so, I guess I didn't get it. 3 scenes are still missing? Wait, let me go back, let me see real quick. Because it did say I unlocked all of the CGs. Yeah, it does look like I have all the CGs here. Still missing 3 tips? Oh, okay. Let me just make sure. Yeah, I am missing some. Alright then. Then in that case... Okay. I feel a lot better now. Knowing that there probably is still stuff to show about this game. Because I was about to say, like, if I've already seen everything and there isn't gonna be a final stream, then I really should have hyped this one up a lot more. Alright, well, that's where we'll be next time. Let me actually just quit and then switch over to the chatting screen. So I know I said next time we'll be doing the true ending, but that's actually not true because next time, as mentioned at the start of the stream, is going to be a lot earlier than usual because Val and I have, we both have Tuesday off, as mentioned earlier, so we're going to be doing an impromptu, I guess, kind of, Disco Elysium stream on Tuesday evening. It's probably going to start around 5 p.m., so, tune in for that. But yeah, that's just about everything. I'm really excited for the final stream when Kadokawa sends a SWAT team to stop the ending. Oh, man. I am really interested to see what the fuck this true ending is even gonna be, because I kind of figured... Or, actually, you know what? I just realized that odds are it wouldn't show it right away, because from the sounds of it, I need to play through the game again. Let me just see. Yeah, I have to unlock... Wait, no, but I did do... Okay, well, you know what? We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. It's fine. And like I said, worst comes to worst, we switch over to a Minecraft stream. We'll just have to see how it goes. But, yeah, so let's get into the usual end of stream stuff. So if you're new around here and you like what you saw, hit the subscribe button and hit the bell. You'll be notified whenever I go live. If you want to be updated whenever a stream might be delayed, when I might be streaming with someone over on Twitch and not sharing my view, because I do that sometimes, the fewer streams there are running concurrently in a collab, the better I find. Because it means that there are less places where technical difficulties can happen. And also, I am lazy. So yeah, if I'm going live on someone else's stream, or if I have to cancel for whatever reason, because I was doing a ghost walk and then didn't get back to my apartment until almost 1 in the morning. You can find all of that on Blue Sky. I'm not on Twitter anymore. I really need to fucking update the layout. I say this every stream. And I would say that I'd write it down, but the thing is, I've done that too. At this point, I may as well just keep it for the finale. We'll see. We'll see. But, yeah. Hopefully, I won't have to cancel another weekend stream again for a bit. And I think that's just about everything. So have a good night, everyone. Don't get shot. Please. People die when they are shot. What the fuck am I saying? Anyways, sweet dreams, everyone. Have a good night, and I'll see you all on Tuesday. Good night!